said 3 before I started the stream just so I could see if I could catch some of your freak out live. But hello everybody and welcome to Papihos, session 51. My name is Jacob and I am the Dungeon Master for this game. I'm joined here tonight by Helminia, James, Suzanne, and Alpha, all coming on these wonderful games for 51 total sessions. However, yeah, oh dear, that's the most terrifying part about that is that's the most excited you guys have ever been. So,
no, I missed something.
Yeah, just a little bit. So, however, there is one specific thing that we will be doing right now. I have informed my players that they did in fact hit a milestone with meeting the High King and do get to level up from level 11, which you can see right now they are, to level 12. So we're gonna start with we're gonna start with Mr. Excited. Alpha.
Why?
What you taking?
I'm gonna multi-class and take a level in fighter.
Wrong.
Awesome.
Oh damn.
So
shut up. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah. So
You're not getting the ability score improvement. You fucked yourself.
I've done that ever since I started playing.
So you'll be rolling a d10 or taking the average, your choice. Announce what you're doing.
No, I want my D10. I like to play with my odds.
Okay.
You shouldn't do that when the Lord's watching you. You can't play with your odds. You're at church.
I got a 9 plus.
Nice.
Isn't it plus con? Right?
It's plus con, yeah.
That's 11.
Nice.
See, good. Don't play with your odds. Whatever.
All right. Awesome. So, congratulations on that one level of fighter. So I'm gonna actually mark that down because in the next coming minutes of such, I will be putting that onto their cards. So
You gotta edit these fucking cards live. I don't envy you.
all right. So next up, Suzanne, what you got?
Of course. So I'm taking a 6th level in fighter.
Yeah.
Giving me that D10 hit points.
Why is nobody else excited?
I'm excited.
Fighters are ass.
I'm writing stuff down.
I rolled a 7.
7.
Yeah.
Nice. So make sure to DM me your HP totals.
Yep.
All right. Next up, Zex. James, what you choosing?
Bard.
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 I rolled an 8. Let's go.
Awesome. High rolls from people. And then, last but certainly not least, Rem. Helminia, what you doing?
I'm gonna take the level in cleric, and then I'll roll, even though I don't want to. Hey, 5.
5. All right. Outstanding rolls from everyone all around. Awesome. So, with that all done, congratulations to you all, and let's get in on tonight's episode of Papihos. Where we last left off, you all had, within Foremount, had, been more or less taking things a bit slow. Gil had begun to start to teach himself under the Trailmore's counsel. Smithing. Rem had been helping run Foremount as a whole, and eventually found that they were helping Rachel, the one surviving member of the Trailmore family, found to be a technical only survivor of Tiber's ruling line, helping her assume and figure out how to properly lead a recovering Foremount. Well, Zex and Suna had their run of the entire nation of Papihos going all over the place finished off with a close encounter with a massive red dragon whose wings blotted out the sun and could also teleport. A little terrified, but being able to survive, Zex and Suna made their way back to Foremount and discovered that adamantine that Zex had in his bag was not shielded when Zex was hit with this dragon's breath. Trailmore, knowing an exceptional lot about smithing, informs Zex that he would have to, for lack of a better term, get a lot more help, and it will take a lot more time to forge that adamantine into scimitars, which was his original goal. However, with all of you back, the Arbiters informed you, Gwen specifically, that you had been asked to appear before the Royal Council in Greywall. You all accepted and were teleported into a chamber in the Greywall Castle, where, upon sending in Suna's copper dragon, noticed it was not only the Council of Ambassadors, but also the High King, his wife, and presumably a princess. The four of you went in and were asked to become unofficial, not entirely unofficial, but mostly on the down low, mercenaries of the crown, asking you to do and move through objectives that the Arbiters were spread too thin to deal with. You were given two different tasks. Zex managed to make it 3, and you all accepted it in trade for having your keep that was within Greywall outfitted. With this, you all left, and Gilgamesh stayed behind to ask a couple more questions about the demon that had decimated Greywall earlier, and his friend O'Brien had left to go and try and slay by himself. With no satisfying answers from around, you were all informed that one extra person would be coming with you, and you told them that you'd be taking up residence in the Mages Guild until your keep was outfitted. And with that, you all went to the Mages Guild, sequestered yourself in each of your respective rooms, and rested.
On our way back from the Mages Guild, I also stopped at the keep because I wanted to grab stuff out of there before they started putting stuff in.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome to
Well,
take out whatever you need.
Sick.
Alright. With this, you all eventually find yourselves awake and can awaken in this new morning in a very familiar place, albeit some place that you all have not slept in quite a while. The Mages Guild, soft, the boards creaking under your feet as you guys swing out of your beds respectively onto the floors. The day is yours. Prepare how you'd like. What would the four of you like to do?
I guess I'll just head downstairs for breakfast,
Alright.
as you do.
Mm-hmm. As you move down, you can see the large area set aside as for the dining hall of the Mages Guild. Mostly empty, the wooden chairs and tables spotting, but one by one, you and presumably your companions can fill in this space and get served a lovely breakfast and discuss your plans for the morning.
Did we see Jaylene on the way down?
Jaylene is there.
I'm gonna look at Jaylene with like a look of disgust and be like, "So why'd you tell him I blew a hole in the wall, huh?"
I apologize,
You-
but they
you-
kind of know everything.
You snitched on me to the royal family about blowing a hole in the wall.
I did not snitch, but I didn't know that it was such a sore subject. Sorry.
They brought it up.
I
asked them
didn't mean
if
for
the
it to be a sore
teleportation.
point. I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's fine. It's all in jest. They offered us the teleportation circle, and I said, "Can it fit a large vehicle inside?" And they said, "Please don't do here what you did there."
Ah,
Bullied me.
that makes sense. Can you blame them?
No.
The castle
but they're the
looks
same.
nice. They have a theme about it.
The back doesn't look that bad.
You've done fine with it.
All right.
The four of you finding yourselves at the table. Yeah, feel free to discuss your guys' plans. As far as you know, you're just waiting for a new arrival. If there's anything you want to discuss beforehand this morning.
Jaylene is with us.
Jaylene's around, yeah.
Okay. Were you about to say something, Helmenia? I'm
I was
waiting.
going to say we should make that list of the things that we need.
Oh, can you put down a tower onto the list?
I mean, I can't tell you not to put a tower on the list, so sure. I guess I'll be the one making the list. I'm the paper man after all. So I'm just doing the general things: beds, wardrobes,
Bookcase.
furniture, bookcases, a tower, the forge. I wonder if I could convince them to eat the cost on some things that I need.
Try
I
it.
would ask.
How much money do we have left with bears?
None. No more with bears.
Where'd all the money go?
I currently have it. 6,840 in platinum is what
We
I
had
have on my
10,000
person.
when we left. What happened?
Suna wanted a magic item, and where did the other 2,000 go?
Oh, yeah, I forgot about
I remember I sent a shopping list, but that wasn't that much.
Oh, some of it did go to the shopping list.
Well, we have the list. I guess we wait here for the next person, and then we go to drop off this list.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
With nothing.
Okay.
With nothing else that you guys are doing immediately, you guys wait as the first few, like 10, 20 minutes about pass by, and just enjoying your time, taking in the fairly good food that the Mages Guild has until all four of your eyes are drawn over to the door of the Mages Guild opening. As you see someone step through, would you like to describe yourself?
Am I good to come on now?
Absolutely. You're good. to-
Okay,
May you please describe yourself?
absolutely. So, let's see here. How would I describe myself? A short female Harengon walks through the doors with very fluffy white fur and green eyes, as well as looking a little beat up and scratched. She also has a breastplate and is wearing a kind of red and black kimono type top over her breastplate with a pair of kind of shorts is how I'd describe it. She has two long swords on her back as well as a pack in her hand.
As you yourself had begun moving throughout where you were sleeping for the night, lovingly, nicely paid for by the Royal Council. The letter that had arrived also kind of bunched up and tucked into your hand. You looking around can only really see in the immediate room that you're in, there is a half-elfin woman that is sitting behind a counter, and then over past her left shoulder, you can see it goes into a dining hall area where there are 4 armored, geared people sitting alongside this table with breakfasts mostly already eaten, that have been laid out, and all the eyes have kind of gone up and are watching you.
Are you the people that I'm supposed to be finding for my next mission?
That depends on what type of people you're looking for.
I wasn't really given a description, but rather names, if you don't mind me listing them off and seeing if they match.
Let's see what you got.
Go for it.
Alright, I have a Zex, Rem, a Gilgamesh, a Suna, and that is all I was instructed.
And you come to the right place.
Perfect.
That would be us.
My name is Nime.
You know?
Nice to meet you.
May. It is nice to meet you as well. Did we ever decide, or did you ever decide, which mission we were going to decide to take, or...
The Lost City first is, I believe, what we decided on.
I decided to just go like west and then like start and kind of just like make our way through as we go.
I'm
Yeah,
okay with
I'm-
either.
I'm just good with going west as well.
Well, here begins the question. The cart is still up in Foremount, so let's pull out the map.
I'll pull out the map.
Didn't.
Okay, so here's what we can do. So the cart's up here. We can go up there, get the cart, teleport back down, and then make our way through Lichton this way towards Vikfram, and then kind of move our way from here. Or we go up here, come down this way. Let me get the thing so you can't see. So from Foremount to here, then to here to Vikfram, and then from Vikfram we kind of make our way through everything else. Or from here we go like towards Forminos, and then here, and then kind of dance along from this line here. But remember, all of this up here is just straight fucking slush right now, and it's a hassle to move through. So those are our options. We dance like this, or we dance like this.
Well, I don't know what the best would be, but I'm going to leave it up to majority vote, as you guys have worked together before, and I'm sure you all can come up with very good decisions before I can.
You'd be wrong.
I think that's a fair assumption.
Our decisions are always good and right.
Guys,
I'm putting it out there. I prefer
think-
not to go through the fucking slush again, but
I think it would be easiest if we, from Foremount, just teleported back here to Greywall and went from there.
Is this all
I
still under the
agree.
assumption that this lost city exists?
the Lost City exists.
It exists, Gil.
I just can't answer that for you, Cal.
It's no wonder you don't know about it. It's lost. You have to find it.
So the name does imply
We did find it though. We were there, and then we left.
I'll explain to Suna how the city
You-
moves around.
You were there. I was not there.
Oh yes.
We'll see it when we get there.
I'm gonna
I have no
lean
choice
over.
but to take your word for it.
I'm gonna lean over to Suna and say, "Don't expect much."
My passive perception is now 19. You want to say that shit again?
I'm saying it anyway.
Mine is 20.
you want beef, lizard? So, what are we doing?
My vote is Foremount back here, Vic from Lost City.
All right. I mean, I'd like to know what the missions are first. If, I'm okay with doing the Lost City, but if Dakra needs us quicker, I'd like to do that instead.
Well, it's Dentor, isn't it?
No.
Dakra.
Oh, Daycaria.
Dentor's on the other side of the country.
You said fuck Dentor. All our homies hate Dentor.
Exact. Ram knows what's up.
Do they need us more? We don't know.
All right,
What do you
my
think-
vote's for coming back and then going to Vic from and then kind of dancing our way through there.
I'm good with that.
So,
And we've come through here, so we know what this environment's like, right?
yes,
Isn't this all plains?
we went through there when we were chasing the demon.
Mm-hmm.
This is all plains, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I want to go through the plains.
Okay. Before we
Yeah.
leave, I do have a couple errands I need to run.
I'd
I-
have to run around town as well.
We'll take this list to the family, or no, I'll do it at the. I mean, fuck it, I'll just go to the post office.
Oh, would
Someone's
you
bound to-
add on that list? So I didn't get the teleportation circle. I still need it.
I'll have them draw it out. I'll
Have them
put
draw it
there.
out, and then we
No.
can just get it when we come back through.
I have to
Run.
find someone to take us back to Foremount anyway.
Yeah.
Yes.
Rem, why shouldn't we just go see the drop it off to the family directly?
I mean, we can. They said that we're allowed to. I mean,
We might.
I can
might
draw
as well.
a teleportation circle, right?
Like,
I've done it.
drawn the inscriptions for it?
Yeah, I can learn it, but I can't do anything with it. But I can kind of recreate it. You've let me do it before.
Yeah, no, that's a thing. It's specifically being able to imbue it with power and knowing how to invoke the runes in the correct order and such is the difficult part.
I mean, just putting it on paper, the runes and the sequence and all that, so Zex can use it. It's
Mm-hmm.
yeah, something like that. I guess I'll go get that for you then instead of asking them for it.
Awesome. Also, Ram, can I have that ring?
You can see it for a moment if you'd like. I was going to
Okay.
take it to Barris to have her look at it, but you
To
can
look
hold on
at
to
it?
it for a
I've
moment.
looked at it. You know what it does.
I want to know what it's worth.
Probably a lot. I'll look at it.
Here, what are you going to do with it?
Oh no. I've already identified it. I don't need to identify it again.
Then I'll take it to Barris, have her take a look, see what it's worth, and then we'll figure something out with it.
Yeah.
All right, Suna's coming with me. Anyone else coming with me?
I'm not. I have
I'll
other
tag
errands.
along.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have a Zex going off on his errands, and then Rem, you're going to the post office?
I'm going to the castle itself.
Okay.
I'll just go straight there.
All
Let
right.
me guess.
Yes.
Gil's sharpening his sword, huh? Oh wait, he doesn't use it anymore. What's he doing?
Yeah.
So we've got. I know where Zex is going. I know that Suna and Nime are going with Rem. Gil, where are you going, if anywhere?
I'll tag along with Rem. I have no reason not to.
Spell
Oh,
Nime. Like, is it
It's on
just K-N-E-M-A-Y?
No, it's Nemei. Nime.
That's how I spelled it.
All right, Nemo, come along.
Come on.
So, when I first out of character, when I first read the name, because I completely randomized it with my dice, I read it as Nemi, and I was like, yeah, that's not happening.
Nemi.
That's what you name a dog.
It's almost as bad as mayonnaise.
Oh,
Oh, we ruined his ass.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
All right.
Oh.
So, we're going to, as Zek splits off from the rest of the group, you all head up to the castled area. As you go there, you can see the massive walls surrounding the castle, and then the guards at the first outpost. And concerning there, as you guys go through saying your name, it seems that you guys have actually been given onto the given a place, and your names have been given out to the guards as a place of recognition. And although you guys are escorted, you guys are allowed in pretty easily. Brought to a different room this time. You are brought before basically this large, very, very ornate wooden table that dominates the entire chamber that you guys are led into. And all the way probably like 50 feet along this massive table, you can see the forms of two different women, both of them recognizable, and both of them looking over this kind of scrawled out parchment that it in itself is probably like 3-4 feet squared, this massive sheet. And what you can see is the faces and forms of Selvin, the ambassador of law, as well as Gwen, one of the arbiters.
No.
As both of them look up as the four of you enter. Hello. How can we help you?
We've just come to drop off a list of things that we need for the keep. I'm here to track down the teleportation circle that we were offered.
Of course.
And ask a question I forgot to ask the other time about potentially having a stipend. There's some things that we need that are kind of costly before we head that way.
Okay. And Selvin kind of looks up at, especially you saying stipends. What specifically do you need?
We just need resources. Our mode of transportation needs maintenance. I need some tools. I was going to be crass and ask for some assistance with purchasing a personal divination tool, but I won't press my luck with that.
All right. Well,
Scrying is incredibly costly.
Gwen kind of chuckles. It most certainly is. That's why a lot of us decide not to bother with it. It's not worth the trouble in our opinions, but it is useful when it is useful.
And be nice for some scouting purposes, in my opinion. That's likely what I'm going to be using it for.
Mm. So you're through this. You guys can. Gwen takes you to the main teleportation circle for Greywall. It's actually a bit closer to the main door and the gates in the courtyard that you guys were led through, as well as Selvin takes the sheet that lists all of the things that you guys wanted for your keep. Was there anything we missed? I know you wanted a stipend.
As we were walking around, did we ever see the princess?
Oh god, we're back on that.
So, the halls of Greywall Castle are large and very, very, very empty. There's you see dotted guards, you see general like nobles walking through, but the princess is not there.
Damn. All right.
Is there anything else that you think that we need while we're here? Anything we need to be briefed on before we start making our movements?
So, I know that you. I know, and she kind of looks over at the Asimir woman. And she goes, "Yes. So, you were, if I remember correctly, you did agree on the self-set goal of going to your lost city and then going off to help one of the initials with Decaria. And that is correct?"
Depending on how severe the situation is, we could be convinced to change courses, but we're going west and kind of piecemealing it as we feel as we go. We're thinking of making our way to Vic from, and then like reviewing what we have, and then deciding if we're going to go north or if we're going to go to the Lost City. But basically, our main focus right now is getting west in its entirety.
I see. So, you're going to Decaria, but you want to go west.
East. I'm a fool in man's clothing. It's more than a warning.
All right. Well, at least that helps some things up.
It's 10
Well,
o'clock in the morning, and I have
issue with Decaria, specifically, is trying to keep low profile. How much do you all know of the Dragonborn city?
I know its name, personally. You guys know anything?
I've been there.
Then you would know that the volcano dominates most of its scenery. It also dominates most of its power through the heat generated by the volcano and the general energy that they've been able to harness through both mechanical and arcane means. The entire city is reliant on the volcano to the northeast of the city as a whole. However, we have been informed by the curator of the volcano's energy that there has been an issue. A very large force creature appears to have appeared or taken up residence inside of the volcano, breaking equipment and killing workers. The city of Decaria is renowned for being able to generate power and as well as being a natural source for magma and the schooling of air riders. The Sky Riders are renowned knights and very, very valued people by the nation. Therefore, the king has seen it fit to deem this issue a matter of national importance.
Are there any reports on what this beast looks like?
All people have said is it seems like the lava itself seemed to come alive. When you're a worker and you're watching your friend melt before you, you don't really take time to look for details, I assume.
So we should take fire resistance when we go. This is gonna be a nightmare. Alright, and then that's what's going on there. That's pretty pressing. Okay.
Anything else I could help you with?
Anything else you think we need to know about the East?
Nothing in particular. That would be the job, is to find out what the issue is and deal with it quietly. So far, the supervisor of Decaria's volcanic activity has been able to tell people that it is workplace accidents, faults of equipment, and managed to, through paying off those who survived and through paying the families of those who were deceased, keep the crowd from not panicking.
Okay.
We prefer
So I
for
think-
everything to be dealt with as quietly as possible.
Okay. I think we can head there. Seems like we want to
Pressing
deal with this
issue.
before a panic starts. All right.
At this point, it's less about a panic starting from people being hurt and more of a panic started from lack of resources. Currently, right now, they're under the impression of working out their faulty equipment. They have stopped sending people to maintain the power structures inside of the volcanic rock. So, people aren't getting hurt anymore, but Decaria is running out of its power supply.
I'll say into my my ring and let Zex know we're going to Decara first. Maybe stop by the Herbalist and get fire resistance for us while you're there. Enough for everyone.
I'll see what I can find.
All right. Let's take care. The Lost City. Going through the desert. We have to do that at one point. I don't know how to move through the desert. How do people move through the desert? Are there like specialized carriages?
Sleds. Or you take everything on horseback. Buy larger saddlebags.
All right. I think the snow wheels that we have on the cart should be able to go through. All right. We've got the circle. I don't know about the stipend. Be coming back here anyway. We just have to bring the cart back down. I guess that's all we have for now.
Very well. I shall inform the other ambassadors that you are on your way.
We'll stop by again before we leave just to let you know that we're leaving. We have to prepare. I have to get things done. I have shopping to do.
Well, safe travels if it is not me you are in contact with.
Best of luck with your duties.
If you'll excuse us. And you guys are part paths from Gwen and Selvin and are escorted back out of the Greywall Castle.
Why do we need this?
Yeah.
Alright.
I need to go to Tofan's shop.
Okay. Is anyone gonna go with Suna?
We all might as well go together.
Okay. As the four of you then head down to the southern part of the market in Greywall. Suna, you collect to this place, and all of you can see this. It has a bit of a front yard, but it wouldn't be something that people would be proud of, as you can see large chunks of metal and wood and stone are stuck into it, almost as if someone had set it there for later. And you can see further back a sign actually on the door and part of the wall that simply donates the name Tofan. As Suna moves up, you're at Tofan's shop.
Cool. I just like I have like a little knock on the door before walking in.
Sure. You. And then you can hear the sounds of heavy footsteps coming, and the door creaks back, and you can see the large. All four of you can see a large minotaur form, and you can see heavy metallic gauntlets on each side right now. And you can see these little copper streaks running from each of the fingers to a mixture of like a blue and green gem on both of them. It goes, oh, hello,
Hi, Tofan.
hello. How are all of you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I've been working on these gloves. And he looks like he's about to clap, and then as soon as his fingers seem like they almost touch, there's like a large spark that jumps from his left glove to the right glove, and it pushes the hands back apart, and he goes, "They're not done yet. What can I do for you all?"
I just wanted to come and check by and see how my armor was coming along.
Oh, yes. We have. They're about, still a couple of weeks out. I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries.
It's a constant process, and there's only so much you can put in them right before the armor starts to buckle and shatter. I apologize.
Oh, no worries.
Oh. Is there anything I can do for the rest of you? He's kind of looking to the other three of you.
Nime just shakes her head no.
Gil's expression has not changed since we got here.
Does Gil's expression ever change?
You know, unless we're fighting someone, really, no, not really.
That's fair.
It's usually just a blank stare most of the time.
I would assume you're like happy. You have like a massive smile on your face when you're fighting.
I wouldn't even say massive. It's just the very smallest touch of a grin. More than you will ever get in any other situation.
That's fair.
So, if nothing else, you guys finish that and have a quick but nice little conversation with Tofan before you all head back out. In the meantime, Zex, what are your errands?
First, I need to go to Jaylene and ask her a couple questions.
Okay. Easy enough to find her again. She's still in the spot that you guys had left. Or it's more like they left to go to the castle and you stayed there.
All right, Jaylene.
Yes.
I have this problem.
Mm-hmm.
So I have these. I'm gonna pull out the adamantine ingots,
Mm-hmm.
and I need lava to be able to do anything with them. And currently, I have no way to move around lava.
Mm-hmm.
You don't happen to have any idea of how I could do that?
Well, the most popular way of getting lava around is through teleportation. Although it's a little hard to draw a teleportation circle under lava, and I doubt anyone would willingly agree to you teleporting lava to their location like that. There's one way that I know. There's a spell that allows you to shape through stone, And manipulation of molten rock is very similar to manipulation of unmolten rock.
But is there any way I could do that long distance while keeping it hot?
So, it's difficult. A lot of people don't do it that way. A lot of people work with it on the site. By teleporting it, I wouldn't know.
Alright. I appreciate it.
Of course.
Tuck back away the adamantine, and then my next stop is... I'm looking for ointment next.
Ointment?
Ointment.
Okay. Is this a magical, like an arcane
Yeah.
item? Yeah. You'd be able to pick it up easily. You just have to tell me how much you're buying.
Like 200 worth, probably.
Okay. You can buy 200 gold pieces worth of the ointment.
Alright.
If you had a problem that itched, I could have helped you out. You don't need ointment for it.
Haha. And then Herbalist next.
Okay. And so you go through. What are you trying to get from the herbalist?
Fire resistance potions. So I have one. So I need, what, like 3 more?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so 3 fire resistance potions.
There are 5 of us now.
I don't need it, though. And I already have one on my person.
Well, resistance potions, theirs would be, let's go 300 for each of them. 300 each.
300 each.
Good by you.
What if I could get that a little lower?
Make a persuasion check.
Yes, of course. 25.
25. What you want,
Like 200 is what I'm looking for.
I'd be going for like 250. That's a lot of loss off the current price. 250?
I suppose I can live with 250.
I can definitely live with 250. So, for 4 of them, that'd be 1,000.
Yep.
Okay.
No, I only need 3. Because I have one already.
Okay, so it'd be 750.
Yes.
Mark 750 off, and he does. Yeah, he has them. As he goes, and you can see these bright red, small burbling bottles that he hands off to you. There you go.
All right. Sick.
All right. Anything else?
Barris's shop.
All right. As you push through, the standard small soft bell ringing sound comes to it, and coming out from behind the cloth door that obscures the rest of the building, you see the high elven woman come out. Hello. How may I help you, dear?
Hey there, Barris.
It's been a while.
Yeah,
Where's
it's
the
been a
rest of
minute.
you?
They went off to go give a list of items to either the arbiters or the king or someone up at the castle.
Talking to royalty now, are we?
going on errands for them too now.
Mm. Well, what can I do for you?
So I have a few things. First, pulling out the adamantine. I have this cool stuff, but I can't do anything with it without lava. You don't know how I could possibly be able to maybe get some to foremount?
Really? Well,
Look, it wasn't intentional.
I'm not
It just
making
kind
fun
of
of you.
happened.
I'm not making fun of you, dear. It's just hilarious. Yes, actually. I would know one way. There's just an issue with it is all.
What's the issue?
Well, dear, it requires an awful lot of magic. And don't get me wrong, you are very, very capable arcane caster, but a spell that I would like to use for it, I would assume a lot of the higher teleportation magic is a little out of your wheelhouse. Not trying to offend you, just trying to state facts, dear. Do you know how to create gateways, dear?
Nothing further than dimension door and teleportation circle.
See, I'm not talking about that, dear. And I'm not even just talking about what those arbiters do in snapping their fingers. I'm talking about I define a place, and then I can send something there. It's a little something I made myself. I don't think anyone has it. Not even those high and mighty arbiters. It's very helpful for moving merchandise around. However, there's a slight problem. I'm the only one that can do it, dear.
And would you be willing to help me?
What do you have in mind? You said you wanted in foremount. You really expect me to go up there?
Well, I believe we're making a trip up there here pretty soon.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And you could come with us. We need to pick back up our cart.
Leave my shop.
For a couple days, yeah.
Make a persuasion check.
$23.
You can see her kind of like purse her lips together. Well, they might have not said it out loud, but Ram did kind of also want me to head up there and look around. Of course, I'd have to go to Decaria too, I assume, because there's not another readily viable space of lava.
No.
And of course, that's assuming that you'd be able to get lava in the first place. It's very well guarded. It's not something you can just buy. You'd have to do something massive to get them to agree to give you anything of the sort.
Well, we're going up there. Remember I said we're running errands for royals.
Mm-hmm.
Supposedly there's something up there that needs to be dealt with.
Ah. All right. I would say fresh air is going to be the death of me, but I assume I do need to stretch my legs again. Sure. Why not? I'll test the waters.
Awesome. I really appreciate it.
I'm not walking, though.
Okay.
Just tell me when you're ready to leave. You're going back to Fourmount, aren't you?
Yes, we have to go back to Fourmount first to retrieve the cart. We kind of left in a hurry.
All right. Well, let me know, and I'll be ready to leave.
Sounds good. Oh, also, I'm looking for this magic item called a dragon vessel. You wouldn't happen to have any of those, would you?
No, it seems a little out of my wheelhouse, dear. Sorry.
All right. Well, that's all I got right now. I really appreciate it, and I'll let you know when we're leaving.
All right. When you're leaving, you are actually just welcome to come by the shop, and then I'll make sure I'm ready.
Sounds good.
I better start packing something then. All right. And with that, you exit the Spectral Allies.
Okay. I have one more stop
Okay.
at Viper's Weapons.
All right. As you head in there, the first you can see the red-headed man turned away from you, and as he moves back, he's like, "Oh, hello. Those weapons. There's those weapons. Have they been treating you well?"
Pretty good so far. I'm getting the blades replaced soon, hopefully.
Perfect. This makes me a little sad, but yeah, must have a good reason for it.
Oh, I do, and I'll show him the adamantine.
Very good reason, then. Very good reason. Alright, what can I do for you?
I'm looking for a set of smith's tools.
You're in the wrong place. There's a forge on the other side of the street. Might be able to get smith's tools there.
Great. I guess I'm going across the street then. Thank you.
Is the only thing you want smithing tools? Is there nothing else?
That is it. That's all I want.
Alright. So, smithing tools, you'd be able to buy for, as I double check, you'd be able to buy for 20 gold pieces.
Done.
Alright. As you now own smithing tools. Alright, with that all done, Rem, I believe you wanted to peruse Tofan really quick.
I want to see what goods he has.
Okay. And what you see, nothing's really, like, set, like, placed outwards.
Freelancer.
Well, it's, yeah, very much so. You can see it's all on tables, and some things are draped over chairs and different things, but you can see on one chair there is armor, and Suna, can tell you that it is just Suna's armor that is seemingly being enchanted. You can see different, small boxes and knickknacks and other things. You can see small, more wooden things that are more mechanical, like a wheeled duck that seems non-magical that he's made in his free time. You can also see small miniature iron ball that's been set in a small holding pit, and you can see the bottom of it glow ever so slightly, and you can see small steam escaping out of the ball. Anything specific you're looking for, or just?
I mean, this ball thing sounds interesting. I'm gonna ask him what it is.
That is like a portable steamer. It puts water in the air. Your lips don't get chapped.
My man's out here making humidifiers. Love to see it.
Pretty much, yeah.
He said the air be dry. Does anything in the room look of interest to me at all? Anything else look interesting?
Interesting in what sense?
They had a thing, a metal box that created heat. I kind of want one of those for inside the cart. We sleep inside the damn thing.
He has a larger, like a jumbo-sized cube of warming.
Is it enough to put in the cart and then have everyone be within it and everything be fine?
Yeah, pretty much. It doesn't get hot enough to catch something on fire. It gets hot enough that, like, if you touched the bottom, you might burn your hand a little bit, but like nothing like it shouldn't be, as long as you don't drape cloth over it, a fire hazard. And it emanates heat very well, and you can basically, it's like one of those little tap cubes, and if you tap it 2 times in quick succession, it turns on or turns off.
Gil wouldn't have a need to be inside of that if we're sleeping inside the car. Like, there's no need for him to be close.
Cold.
Well, yeah, sure, you get cold. Gil doesn't.
The rest of us aren't as
We get
lucky as
cold.
Ram.
Aren't as cool as me? Is that?
Make a Constitution saving throw.
Ram,
I'm casting 6th level blight.
That was such a good joke, though.
How much is this trinket here?
I would would be 100 gold pieces. A big cube. There's a lot of iron in it.
Are you willing to trade?
I like trades. What for?
I'm gonna show him the ruby and the sapphire that I have. These are worth 50 apiece, so it's an equal trade.
As he picks up, you watch as he goes and grabs this small, you think it's a tube at first, and then as he puts it, you actually watch this small green burst of energy, and then you see small lenses actually of glass that come out and in, and you can see his eye progressively getting more and more magnified as he's looking. He's like, I will make that trade.
All right.
Thank
You can have the ruby and the sapphire, and I'll take the box. How big is this box?
The box is about like 1.5 foot cube. Like, it's 1.5 foot cube. It's not.
This thing's huge.
It's not
compared to me.
Yeah, but it's like half your size.
I don't have anywhere to put this right now.
Oh.
would you like me to carry that for you, Ram?
Should. Yeah, for now, and then I really need like a bag of holding. Like I have too much shit on me.
I'll pick up and carry the box around for Ram.
All right, you hoist it up, and it's not on right now, so it's not warm. But
I'm affectionately naming this object the hot box.
hot.
Yes.
Oh god. Okay.
I wholeheartedly agree.
The hot box.
All right.
I second that.
Is there anything else you guys need to be doing?
I was gonna go to Bearstab and look at this ring.
Well, what a coincidence. As basically Zex is beginning to finish up. Yeah, what's up, Suna?
As we're moving through the square,
Uh-huh.
I want to see. Is the princess just walking about? You know.
Make a perception check.
Ooh. Wait. Stop. 21.
21. You guys are moving through the heavy marketplace, going from the southern side of the market over to the eastern side of the market, where you all know, except for Nime, the the spectral allies resides. As you are, the other three of you can't help to see that Suna's head is on a swivel, looking around. As you're seeing all these different humans and elves and dwarves and halflings and all these people moving by and pushing around you. As you get to the eastern side of the square,
Oh my god.
you aren't able to see much, and you're not sure. But you do see what looks to be a younger-looking woman in a very, very large brown cloak. And what you are able to see underneath it as it kind of moves past is there is blonde hair. And you could swear you see a flash of purple.
I'm gonna go after
Okay.
this person.
As the other three of you watch as Suna breaks away from the other three.
How far away is she going?
As you're watching, Suna's beginning to disappear into the actual, like, market crowd. Heading off slightly into the northern side of the market square. Are you just gonna watch her go? She will disappear into the crowd if you guys don't do anything.
I'm not very tall.
It's getting covered up quite quickly. Alright. You guys let her go and head towards the spectral allies. Suna, you begin pushing through the crowd. I will actually... you kind of begin watching this person, and I want you to make one more perception check. Not to find her, just a general perception check.
Okay. Seven.
7, okay. You're just watching this girl kind of push by people and slip throughout the crowd. You are keeping up, and you're watching as they go next to some of the stalls and such. Passing by, brushing by, until you're a couple paces behind them. And both of you are still walking throughout the busy market streets.
I'd like to try to, like, kind of start walking next to her and just say hi.
Okay. As you quicken your pace ever so slightly, a little bit more, you pull alongside this figure, and as you go, you can see the young elven face kind of turn, glance towards you, and then do a double take, as you can see the sharp, piercing purple eyes of the apparent princess.
So what'd you think of that meeting yesterday?
You all seem like very strong people. Why are you following me?
I just wanted to say hi.
Hello.
All right.
You they called you Suna, right?
Yes.
Hello, Suna.
What is your name?
And she kind of like, you watch her glance around again. My name is Roxy.
I got notes for this. Is that with a Y or an IE?
It's with the Y. Roxy.
Okay. So what are you doing out and about town today?
Nothing. I'm just here, not doing anything.
Mind if I tag along?
I don't know. You can see she's like trying to process you as quickly as possible to try what you're doing here. Are you going to try and stop me?
I guess I don't see why I would.
Good. Sure. And you watch, she grabs onto your wrist and you get yanked onto another section of the marketplace as you two move over into this large market, this large, like, small marketing subdivision. As you go through, you can see there's all these, like, fresh fruits and vegetables, and you can make a quick perception check.
All right. 15?
15. You're a little caught off guard and bouncing as you're pushed in. You can see different carts with all these different varieties of fruits gleaming in the sun, and then as soon as she had grabbed you, even just as quickly, she has let go. As you turn back and look at her, she's eating an apple that seems to have just materialized out of her hand.
Huh.
What?
I didn't realize you knew magic.
I don't know magic. Well, I do know. I don't know that kind of magic. All of us know magic. Everyone knows magic. That's stupid. Stupid. Dumb. She takes a bite.
All right, fair.
As through the basically for this, it's going to be about a half hour of her pulling you, yanking you into a stand, and then sometimes you catch it, sometimes it's not. She is Indiana Jonesing stuff out of different carts and sections. As in, sometimes you catch her, sometimes you don't. Take something off of a cart and have it replaced with, like, a small bag, or like different sections of, like, meat and vegetables. Sometimes, like, a small, like, carved a small carved statue of something, and she's, like, filling her pockets with all of these items.
I guess I can't, like, an insight check wouldn't tell me if she had a class.
No, you can just see that she's not been caught, and you can't catch her every single time that she does it. You know that she's doing it because of the few times that you are able to catch her. Every time, like, at one time you can see she swipes, like, this small miniature statue and tucks it in her cloak, and it's replaced with this small cloth bag. But even you beginning to watch her and knowing what to start to watch for can't catch her all the time.
I don't know if I like this girl for our little pseudo. I don't think I want her to take you to the dance.
Shut up, Dad.
I don't know how I feel about this.
How are you doing that?
Doing what? This? You just take it. It's there.
What's in the bags?
Stuff.
What kind of stuff?
Royal stuff. Stuff that I would have.
Is it money?
Maybe. Why? Are you gonna stop
I'm
me?
gonna take that
You
as
said you
as a
wouldn't.
yes.
You said you wouldn't stop me.
I'm not. I'm just
Mm-hmm.
curious.
Yeah. I can tell. As long as you're just being truthful to our agreement of not stopping me, you can keep coming.
Not stopping you. Just curious. And I've never seen somebody do that before.
It's fun. You should do it. Here. She pulls and you can see the small, like, purple bag and she kind of tucks it into your hands. You can feel that it's very, like, solid cloth. And it has, like, something, like, you can feel it, like, very, very, hard, like, something is in that bag. Something solid is in that bag. And she kind of tucks in your hands like, try for yourself.
That's a bad idea.
That's the
Alright.
last one I'm going to do today, so might as well, since you were following me.
Alright. What do you think I should try to get?
And she kind of looks around. That one. And you can look, and this one is actually a it's a young looking man with this carpet spread out, and on it you can see a bunch of little mechanical trinkets that are out there, as well as like two tables that are on each side of this rug that also have small mechanical trinkets on it. And you can see this young man, he has spectacles on it, and he has this small set of tools that he's just winding up across this small circular piece of metal. He looks very invested in his work. Go on.
Are you sure?
Sure, why not? If you don't want to do it, I'll do it.
I shouldn't.
Alright, then I'll do it. Here, give it back.
Alright, I'll give it back.
You push it back and she goes, alright. And she goes and you... Literally, you know what you're watching for, but all you can see is she moves past one of the two tables flanking, and this small silver metallic trinket is gone as you watch her robe pass by and is replaced by that small purplish bag. And she comes like, see? It's not hard. Tucks it into her robe. Well, it's been fun watching you not stop me, but my mom might notice I'm not in the library anymore, so I have to go.
Have fun in the library.
Of course. What's your passive perception?
12.
12, okay. Goodbye. And she...
Bye.
You watch as the brown robe and cloak slips into the crowd and eventually disappears. As you begin heading back towards the spectral ally, like after 45 total minutes of just, it's almost you are like you're out of breath because of how fast she moves. It's insane to meet someone like that that can rival the energy that you and your group has. But as you start moving, you can feel something like that you didn't recognize was in one of your trousers pockets.
There's something new in my pocket?
Something that as you turned, it seems you don't remember having that little pressure there.
I'd like to pull it out of my pocket, I guess.
Okay. As you pull it out, there is a small silver mechanical trinket in your pocket.
All right. I'm just gonna put it back in my pocket for now.
Okay.
I'll head back to the Spectral Allies.
All right. As for the rest of you, Zex, you are just finishing up talking to Barris about this. As the door reopens and Barris looks past you and goes, "There they are. Hello." As Rem, Alpha, and Nime come through the door.
Who the fuck is Alpha?
Fuck.
It's
okay. All of a sudden, the Dragonborn gets a lot smaller. The scales retract.
Who's this greasy white boy?
Hey, the color does not change.
Allies. Okay. Oh god. You know what? I'm quitting. I'm never coming back. Jazz, you're taking my place.
No.
No, wait.
You have to play 2 characters now. Good luck.
Do I have to do the voice? I can do a
Yes.
Gil voice.
I don't like people because my parents hit me.
I have a bad attitude about everything, every single time we do anything.
That's pretty accurate, quite honestly.
How do you sound like Sonic?
As we're heading over to the Spectral Allies, I want to break off and go to the not Spectral Allies.
Okay.
So
where are
actually,
you
you know what? I want to keep this. I want to keep this one a little secret.
All right. So just send me what you're doing.
Yeah.
As
My man's going out to sell
the
drugs.
other two. What can I do for you all?
Illegal substances.
As the two of you.
I'll wait in there as well.
Maybe you can see Zex as well as a very tall, beautiful, done up in a blue, purple, and black dress that kind of shifts colors, high elven woman. What can I do for you two?
I have an interesting thing that I came across
Okay.
in the north.
You've come across so many things in the north, dear. You need to be more specific.
I'm gonna put down the ring and say I found this. Found. It's not like I got this from the north.
Okay. Anything specific you want me to do with it?
I mean, I know what it is, but I'd like an appraisal. What do you think it's worth?
As she looks over it. Well, it is quite nice. Ornate work. Nothing overtly wrong with it, besides maybe where you where you brought it from. However, it has not reached its full potential. It has potential, but it has, in your face, not. You trying to get rid of it?
In the event that I did
No.
want to get rid of it, what would it be worth?
No.
I see there's a disagreement here.
I mean, I picked up something else that was fun, and I'm gonna put my wand of fireballs on the table and tell them this one I'm keeping, but this is where the disagreement's beginning.
And you feel like you should get a price from me before you work out your disagreements, dears?
More or less.
Well, and she kind of picks it up and you watch the familiar green-blue energy go over her fingers. It is quite hard to find one of those. Never personally seen one. My big issue is you've cleared me out of a lot of my funds.
Look, that was a mutual agreement.
It was a mutual agreement. I enjoyed it, but I'm not finished selling it to a correct owner yet.
The doctor, right?
I keep my patients confidential, dear. I don't
Well,
tell
I
what
sent him
you
a
guys have
sending
all
spell,
bought.
and he didn't answer me. So, have you heard from him?
No, I haven't.
I sent him a sending spell, and he never responded.
Oh. Something to keep between you and me, dears. He's a bit of an ass. I wouldn't take it personally if he's not responding.
It is what it is.
Yes, it is. You can only hope that he responds in time or talks to someone that can. He's if you're not talking to him face to face, a lot of people have talking to him in general. Never buys anything. That's his worst feature. Besides the point, let's go back to all of you. You do want me to appraise this for you?
If you'd like.
Generally, I would, think of this. I'd have to get the gold pieces, dear. How would you feel about 90,000, though?
I'm gonna look at Zex and say,
No,
90,000!
Don't do it.
90,000! Look, that's a lot of money!
It is, but think of how useful this is.
It lets you slip through dirt!
It does?
Yes, and it also gives you, like, makes you tougher or something. I know this. I did identify.
You did! Let's go over what this is. Very quickly for the audience. Where the fuck is the thing?
I have it up.
I'm in 5e, and this is a fucking
Ring
user
Of
interface for
Earth
ants.
Elemental Command. While wearing this ring, you have advantage on attack rolls against Earth Elementals, and they have disadvantage on attack rolls against you. In addition, you have access to properties based on the elemental plane of Earth. The ring has 5 charges. It regains 1d4 plus 1 expended charges daily at dawn. Spells cast from the ring have a save of DC of 7. Ugh.
17.
17. I'm sorry. You can expend 2 of the ring's charges to cast Dominate Monster on an Earth Elemental. In addition, you can move in difficult terrain that is composed of rubble, rocks, or dirt as if it were normal terrain. You can also speak and understand Terran. In addition, in its awakened state, you have resistance to acid damage. You can move through solid earth or rock as if those areas were difficult terrain. If you end your turn there, you are shunted out to the nearest unoccupied space you last occupied. And you can cast the following spells from the ring, expending the necessary number of charges: Stone Shape, Stone Skin, and Wall of Stone.
Okay, you know what's better than that? 90,000 gold!
I disagree.
Oh, here
Maybe
we are.
for you, you're not going to use it.
I might... Look, I killed the dude for it. I mean, Suna killed the dude for it, but I helped.
Yeah, you did help. But I
See,
helped a lot too. You see all the
You
shit that
weren't
I
there for
did?
that fight.
No, but I did a lot of other shit.
I'm the one that fucking taunted his ass out of the wall for us to get this off him. I'm pretty sure Barris is like, they killed this?
I assumed.
It was Vampire Man.
I
I'd show you the
assumed
team, but
half
you
of
probably
the
wouldn't want to see
things
it.
you guys, anything that you all get that's not for me, I assumed is covered in the blood of some poor soul that got in your way.
These weren't poor souls.
Oh,
They
are
were
they
poor
ever?
souls in some capacity.
Are they ever?
Look, I'm just saying. 90,000 gold.
What could I do for you besides giving you 90,000 gold to get this ring off of you, Rem?
Oh, you could give me 100,000 gold.
Damn.
This is a real businessman right here. These are big money moves.
Look, we don't have to sell it now, but I'm telling you, this is likely going to be useless.
Let's not sell it now. If it turns out to be useless, you can sell it for 90,000 gold.
Sell it for 90,000. Fine,
Yes.
fine. I'll compromise for now.
Hooray.
But just so you know, it's my rainy day fund now.
All right.
It's not like I'd be able to get you the gold right away anyway, dear.
Structured settlement.
I'd be able to,
I
talk
learned
to
what
some
those were when
people.
I was
I'm a very
doing taxes and
reliable-
form out.
I'm a very reliable person to pay stuff back. I'd be able to get it, it'd just take me a while.
I'm sure Zex told you all of our business, though, where we're heading.
Oh, he also wants me to come with, dear.
Come
She's
with
gonna
us.
Lava for me.
She's coming with us where?
To both Decaria and Formount.
If you don't
There's
want
no-
me, all you have to do is
No,
say so.
no. It's nothing like that. It's
I
just that
am
I'm
happy
like,
to stay here, dear. If you
No,
don't
no,
want
no.
me to
I
come
need your
along-
help.
look,
There.
look.
There.
I'm just letting you know. You think we're odd when we're in town? It gets worse.
Oh, I assumed so, dear.
Oh, you're just like, oh, I'd love to travel with the circus. Oh, you're not gonna like the cart. We don't have sheets. We have to buy sheets.
I'm
have a
not
comforter.
traveling in a cart, dear.
She's teleporting. She's not even going with us entirely. She's not there for the journey.
I can meet you there. It's not
See?
like it's not. I would be doing this as a general favor for you, dear. I'm not a sellsword. I don't
I
like
know.
walking too much. My feet will hurt.
I completely understand. We've had this conversation before.
Well, if and
But like, if you wanted to get in the car,
no, dear, I'm good. I am. Not
All right.
necessary. You should kind of express. I see you've picked up someone else who's following you.
yeah, the royal family assigned us an additional party member to deal with the business. So this is our new face for now. We'll see how
I'm
it goes.
Nime. It's nice to meet you.
Nime, it's a pleasure, dear. My name is Barris.
The pleasure is mine, Barris. Thank you.
You're very sweet. Well, how long are you all staying in town?
We're going up to form out. We have to bring the cart back. We might stay here for another day or two, and then we have to make our way east.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you're going to Formount to get your cart, since I need to go to Formount to do the favor for Zax. Whenever you guys need to leave, I can get us there.
I guess we can leave now. We were gonna have Gwen do it for us.
Well, you're missing someone. You'll have to, take a slight pause and wait for your friend Gilgamesh. He seems to have
Friend
not
is
walked in with
quiet.
you.
He never comes in here. He has no interest in the magical objects, even though he really loves those boots of haste.
Powerful.
You should see what he
Don't
does
talk
with them.
about those.
You should see what he does with
If
them.
he ever wants to get rid of them, my arms are always open to those boots.
Structured settlement, and we need cash now.
The only way she getting them boots is if they go up her ass.
I fully believe that bears could body you.
Oh, she definitely could.
This woman has a 9th level spell. You
Oh,
will
no.
die.
She can probably kill me in one turn.
She'll just wish you out of existence.
And then poof. Here I go.
Plan C.
Oh god.
9th level wish spell.
Well, so what are you guys doing now? Anything extra with Barris, or are you just waiting around for Gil to come?
I'm gonna ask Varys if she can make my broom better.
Better how?
Better. Faster. It
Stronger.
moves
Harder?
weird.
Smarter.
You already move quite fast, dear.
Gil with the boots in less than 6 seconds moves nearly 300 feet.
Mm-hmm.
I have to keep up with
with-
that shit.
300 with a bit of assistance. Keep that in mind.
300 in some change.
See, you can get assistance.
I don't like teleporting. It makes me motion sick.
Well, I'm sorry, dear, but that's the way of the world. Especially if you want to, if you want me to take you to Foremount. I assume you know that's what we're doing.
Yeah. Teleport this, teleport that.
I'll keep that in mind, Rem.
You can't be heroes of the crown if you get a little motion sick every time you teleport.
Look, we all take our pros and our cons. I get a little motion sick when I teleport. I've also buried an army. Shit changes you.
Sure, of course.
I want to look for some tools while we're here. I'm taking an interest in some particular hobbies.
Of course. Just don't be afraid to meet back here when you're ready to go to Foremount.
All right, well, we'll meet you back here. How he convinced you to go anywhere is amazing to me.
It's going to be my downfall.
We appreciate having you around. Bear with us.
Well, remind me. I will remind you all. If anything happens to me, you are out of your best magic dealer.
Do you genuinely think I would let something happen to you?
I think
You're-
something would
You're
sneak
more than
past
a
us
magic dealer. You're a friend.
all. You're all very sweet, thank you. But
Insight check. Bears doesn't think I'm a friend. She's like, Rem's like a pet to me.
You can have help. I think. No, you can't, because I don't have it. Never mind.
It's low. It's only a 13, but Rem's like a pet to me.
no, it's not like that. It's a thing of she
Is that just to have
assumed that
friends?
it was a little thing of like she assumed you guys everything you were doing were in the name of getting better prices and deals, and she was enjoying it, but never really expected. She's a little surprised herself that she's agreed to go, and even more surprised of how you guys are referring to her.
While I'm here, I think I have the spell ready. I'd like to try something. I had a moment of contemplation the other day, and I'm gonna pull out that infernal great axe. Yeah. And I'm gonna remove curse this damn thing.
Okay.
It's a 3rd level. Am I rolling anything?
It's enough that the thing is remove curse for magical items does not break it, I believe. It would forcefully unattune them if it is cursed. And
We know this is cursed.
it would be used, you'd be able to, as you cast it, it would reveal whether it is cursed or not. For sure.
So I'm casting it on this. Is it telling me anything?
It's telling you that yes, it does sense something of malicious nature within the axe. The axe is powerful, an extraordinary magical item, but it also has not necessarily a sentience of its own, but it definitely pushes its will on people. A will of malice. So you do cast that spell.
I tried. What a waste. I'll just put it back then.
Okay.
I tried.
All right. So,
Am I taking this ring?
90,000 gold.
I'm picking it up off the counter.
No, it's in my. I took it back.
Ugh.
You can't just touch my things. I'll let you use it for some time. Sure.
sometime.
I will loan this out to you, but I want to. This is a 90,000 gold loan right now. If anything happens to it, you owe me 90,000 gold. All at one time.
All right.
Ring.
You think I'm joking?
Ring.
Yes, I do.
No, I'm not. This is a lot of money. You know what I could do with this money?
All right.
Buy divination tools.
I could retire.
Man, I wonder how long that would last.
With the way I spend, about 6 days.
Okay, so is there anything else you guys would like to do before you go and try to collect your Dragonborn ally?
I want a bag of holding or something. I carry too many things. I like my haversack, but it does not have enough space.
Well, I think I still have something. Well, you remember that from long ago. That, I think it was actually the first thing any of you inquired about. And one of the only things I've ever offered to you all that you've refused.
Refresh my memory.
I...
Like out of character, refresh my memory.
She pulls out a bag of holding
Mm-hmm.
and says it is 625 gold pieces.
I remember this. I remember the price on this.
Mm-hmm.
How much did you get it for down in Tilvium?
500.
City price is premium. But I need this. So I have to eat the cost on this. Zex pay. You got all the money.
I need to
You
eat the
will let
cost.
me-
Zach's pair.
Mm-hmm.
Do you pay for it?
How much is it? 625?
625 gold pieces.
I'm assuming that she's not overcharging me because we're friends, and friends wouldn't overcharge friend. I'm saying this out loud.
Dear, if this wasn't the most popular thing to fly off my shelves.
Premium. I understand.
Premium.
Be that way.
Yes, Lixon tried to get a second one, and I told him there was probably someone else a little bit more deserving. And if he's able to kill a demon for his, someone else has the right to just buy one for themselves.
Lixon killed a demon?
Oh, the poor chap. He's been through so much. You ever heard of his stories? I wouldn't believe him at all if he didn't have the proof for it.
I'm still writing this down.
He wasn't even sure whether it was a demon. He believes it was a demon, but he wasn't able to confirm it. It was a little too busy burning to death.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll fork it over. Rem just gave me his 90,000 gold ring for the time
I'm
being, so...
Loaning. And also,
And I'm buying your bag of holding.
okay.
625 off? Rem, you
It's
get a
a
bag
Yeah.
of holding.
It's a group investment. I
Sure.
carry a lot of shit.
Sure it is.
Look, I could just sell my ring and pay for it.
I mean, you could, but she doesn't have the money for you right now.
It's called a trade of goods. I did this just earlier with Tofan.
I would
You won't.
happily
You wouldn't. You
happily
wouldn't.
trade a ring for a bag of holding.
You so would not.
I wouldn't trade it for just the bag,
It would be
but
it'd be a little harsh to undersell that ring. I wouldn't do that to you all.
I appreciate the sentiment.
Yes.
Am I even back with the party, or
Yeah, you'd be able to come back at this point. It's all of you but
Yeah.
Gilgamesh.
All right, let's go get him.
As we're walking, I'm gonna unattune from my ring of spell storing and start attuning to this
Okay,
other one.
easy enough.
If you're gonna unattune from that, why don't you loan it to our rabbit friend here?
Because I'm giving it back to the people we took it from when we go through there over there.
They could eat the cost on it.
I
Oh.
really don't need it.
I
What
mean,
do
while
you-
we're talking, what do you do?
I was gonna say, do you cast spells? Do you fight? What's the deal?
I have no magic. I have one singular spell, but other than that, I am not magical at all. I am a fighter.
You'll love Gil.
If we want to
I'm-
get technical, I am a samurai.
I'm just remembering that hire a samurai.
I mean, I'm also a bit of a fighter myself.
You get a fighter. You get a fighter. Everyone's a fucking fighter.
Except
Probably a
for
little-
Rem.
I might be a little too magical, though.
Well, you're not a fighter if you're too magical.
You'll see what I mean in time.
I suppose.
Alright. So where are you all heading to look for Gilgamesh?
Near the forge.
'Kay.
I know where you went.
You guys go to Thorn's Forge. The humidity, or the heat, the raw heat that just hits you as you all like step in and look into the forge, and Gil is not there.
Fighters Guild. Going there next.
As you all next, yeah.
Try to look across the street, see if I could see into Viper's weapons.
Sure. Looking for just Gil or something else?
Just looking for Gil.
Yeah, you're able to quickly dip in across the street to Vipers. He's not there either.
Okay.
Okay, so the four of you head over to the Fighters Guild. You can see the still collapsed roof and mostly destroyed walls of the building. Gilgamesh is not there either.
I'm gonna stand the
I'll
ring.
get
Gil,
into
where
the
fuck
ring.
are you?
Gilgamesh, you hear this?
I'm where you'd expect me to be. I'm back at the guild. Waiting.
Come to Barris's.
And why would I do that?
Because we're leaving.
Wait, right now? We're leaving right now?
Yes.
Weren't we sticking around?
We have to go get the cart and then come back here.
Oh wait, you're right.
Alright. And I'll make my way to Paris, I guess.
Okay. So, eventually, a little more time passes and you all make your way back to Spectral Allies. As you try the door, it is actually locked.
She hates us.
She hates
We're not
us.
friends.
We're not friends. She hates us.
What do you guys do?
She's probably packing.
I'll send it the sending spell.
Okay.
I'm not gonna count 25 words out saying, "Hey, we're outside."
Okay.
Just
"Hey,
do
we're
one.
outside."
No, just one word. Outside.
Yo!
Oh.
But a yo
Hey,
so
yo.
long it takes all 25 words. Oh!
Yo.
Yo!
You hear? I'll be on my way, dear.
I'm not doing the actual yo, but it's pretty fucking
Yeah.
funny.
Be on my way, dear.
Yo!
I closed the stop to make sure I didn't have any customers in when you all came back.
But what if you did?
As all of you are waiting, eventually Zex would be the first one that sees this. Out of the corner of your eye, you can see
My
the...
passive perception is 19.
I know. It's like a
Mine
split
is
second.
20.
Chill.
No, I refuse.
You see, walking along the street, actually up to the Spectral Allies, a a high elven woman. You can still see the black, purple, and blue dress along her, and you can see a small, basically handbag along her side. As Barris, outside of the shop, walks up to all 5 of you.
This is like the 3rd time we've seen her legs.
Yeah, pretty much.
This is the 2nd time for you guys. This is my 3rd time because we're friends.
Well, is everyone ready?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let us be off then. Anywhere specific in... I'll go to a place where it's the safest for me to go there.
You don't like walking in front of the castle would be the best, but
Well, magic's a little volatile, so... Hold on. And she begins...
Isn't the cart at Trailmore's? I thought we brought it over to Trailmore's with us before we left, and then we just did.
100 on her teleportation roll. Nice. As she traces, all of you can see this small greenish purple arcane energy as she transcribes some glyphs in the air, muttering to herself. And then all of you, somewhat familiar to the 4 of you, but Nime, this is something you have never experienced before, is a quick tightening in your chest as you feel like you have to hold on to the breath that you are currently having, and then a quick rush of air, and it almost forces you to close your eyes and blink, and then when you reopen them, it is a lot colder as the wind breeze goes through everyone's hair and fur. The weather has gotten a lot nicer than the last time when the 4 of you had left, as it seems that this is a very sunny day, as the 6 of you with Barris are now in the city of Fourmount.
now you know why this shit makes me sick, don't you?
Nime looks at everybody, kind of wondering why they aren't gasping for oxygen right now.
Oh, dear.
It's
You gotta
get
hold
used
your
to
breath before you blink, or it knocks the wind out of you.
I would have thought you'd be a little bit more prepared for that, dear. My apologies.
Nime with really heavy going, "It's fine. Just warn me next time. Please."
Do my best, dear. All right. So, Zex, I need a
Where
safe
fu-
place to send it, for lack of a better word.
We should go talk to Trailmore.
All right. You guys are spawned right where the fields start converting to the town. You guys are at Fourmount's town edge. You're actually quite close to Trailmore's.
I'll
So-
offer Barris my broom since I know she don't like walking.
Oh, you're too kind. And she sits sideways on the broom, both legs hanging off one side as it just coasts along.
Ugh. Go to Gil like uppies, because I'm not walking. No, I'll walk.
All right.
I'll be that guy.
So, the six of you head off to Trailmoors, and during this day, it's about evening at this sense, as you guys have spent quite a lot of time going through Greywall and getting what you need and what is necessary. As you guys go, you can... the house itself is mostly quiet as you all step up to it.
I'll knock.
Just a second. And opening the door, you can see Dayron. Like, different, lot plainer shirts. You can see that he's not wearing his more formal, like, fighters, technically more formal or more appropriate for him Fighters Guild attire. He is wearing more seemingly comfortable wear as he's... Oh, that was quick. Welcome back.
Yeah, I need a safe place to put lava.
Sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's totally reasonable. All right, hold on. He steps inside. If you guys want to come in, you're fine. You're fine. He begins moving through the house. He's, Dad. How did you store lava? Just going through, and if any of you want to step into the Trailmoors, you can.
Yeah.
I'm making my way in.
Making my way downtown.
It seems like
these people like me.
a lot of stuff seems like how you had left at Gilgamesh. Tools set out, different metals. It seems that they've been not doing much in the day that you've been gone.
Nice.
Yeah, nice.
Nice.
But, however, it is nice, cozy, still very warm house. So eventually, Dayron brings back his father, the older, shorter, just like bald spot over his head, kind of looking down. Like, if he wasn't so short, you guys know he'd be looking down at all of you guys, but he's looking up and still, yet somehow still giving off the impression of looking down at all of you. Mr. Trailmore. Alright, who's the dumbass?
You knew I had
Still a dumbass.
the adamant.
Still
I'm
dumbass.
not a dumbass.
Still dumbass. Dumbass. Alright.
We could have someone else do this for us.
Sure.
But if you did do this, you know that your name gets to be associated with the weapon that's
The
being used by
weapon.
someone that's currently working for the crown. Reputation.
I get to name it.
That's between you and him. That's between you and him.
He's
They're
looking
gonna
straight at
name
you,
my-
Zex.
Man. I
Here's
love
my
this man.
deal, alright? There are going to be 2 swords. You can name one of them.
Make a persuasion check.
You old piece of shit.
Whoa. I would say
Um,
no need to be mean, but
22.
Like, that kind of is. Oh,
Can I use fast friends to convince him to name it the Japanese word for pee-pee?
Deal. Alright. So.
what are we saying deal to here?
You won't
Which
know.
one?
Um,
Oh no.
well, the most preferable location away from the town. If it goes wrong, I can't pay for that. Is stone off into the, like, western side of the Four-Mount, right before the Badlands. We go there. Chisel out rock. It'll take a while, but it can be done.
I can help.
And how in the world, boy, are you transporting lava? Huh?
She's helping me, pointing at Barris.
You're very tall. Yes, I am, dear. Alright. Show us your preferred rock, and we'll set to work on getting preparations. I'll spend some time in Foremount. Oh, is there... never mind. I'll
Is
just need some
there
time
a-
to work. I can
in-
make my own quarters. It's fine.
If you go up to the castle and you tell them that you're a friend of mine, the nice lady up there should accommodate you well enough.
I don't like castles, dear. They put a bad taste in my mouth.
Each down.
Thank you. All right.
There is an inn. I know a lady. What the fuck was her name? Gria? Sangria?
So,
Gria?
So is old dude Trailmore coming with us?
yes, Trailmore is leading you, Barris, anyone that wants to come with, over. And
One,
you guys got a bit of a hike.
I'll hike.
Who's going
Tell
with
me when my...
Trailmore, Barris, and Zex?
I'll go. Help
Okay.
him with the stone situation.
To the wall that I just chill at.
Sure.
I want to vibe with
Well.
Darren.
All right. Nime.
I'll go with.
Okay. As all of you have several hours of hiking ahead of you, Suna and Gil, whichever one of you speaks up gets first dibs. What are you guys doing?
Hey, so when I get to the wall, I want to see if this watch does. I want to put it on and see if it does anything.
Okay. As you kind of
Starts to tilt.
starts to you can look over it, and I would like you to make an investigation check.
Okay. Uh, 15.
15. As you kind of look over it, it is very watch-like, of a nice silver plate, two bands that go around and can click, and then within it you can see golden gears kind of exposed, with each small little letters labeled out on each side. And as you look at it, you see this small, almost pin on the side, and then you click it, you hear it begin ticking. And
It's just a watch.
it looks like it's just a watch.
I knew it.
It's a very nice silver watch.
All right. That's relieving, I guess. You can go ahead, Gil. I don't know what else to do.
Sees if watch is a bomb.
Confirms is not a bomb.
We're
I
good.
think I
Is
could
content.
I think I could take a bomb.
Could you take
Um,
2 bombs?
What about 3?
You know
what
what?
is it
Fucking
hit?
6.
What is the hit dice for a bomb?
I believe it's 10d10.
Yeah, you can't survive. You can't survive 6 of them.
I could survive one.
But can she see it?
This is the question.
Gil,
I could definitely survive one bomb.
definitely. Gil, as you everyone steps out, and you stay there, and you can see you hear a chair kind of pull up, and he sits against it and leans against the wall. So, you're all back very quickly. Anything fun?
Is he asking, if anything fun's happened?
I don't know. That's what he's asked you.
What do you mean, anything fun?
Well, I assume that you guys went with the Arbiter for a reason, you know? generally they don't do things without reasons, so I was wondering if at least it was pleasant. You know?
We met the royals in Greywall.
No shit.
And, in a way, we're working with and for them.
Sounds fun. Man. What a world of difference.
I see that you haven't been very busy looking over to the mess that's still on the
come on,
on the table.
Gil. I've been working for like 40, almost 50 days straight trying to teach you stuff. You gonna get on our ass for one day of rest?
Just making observations.
Come on. It's not so bad you spend time with your dad, and then every once in a while when you can go into the castle and Rachel tells you to piss off and screw up everything for her, and eventually you guys just... It's nice, you know? Don't fault me for having a goddamn family, man.
Oh, chicken word.
Yeah, he's an ass. He mostly just yells at me when you're around. You okay?
I'm fine. Do you have any more foraging knowledge that you can give me in the short time I'm here?
You never change. I'll see what I can do. Hold on. And he begins, pushes the chair off the wall, which he had kind of set it and was leaning against, and stands up, dusts himself off, and I'm gonna change into better clothes for this. But let's see what we can do, man. And he will get you another day on the forge.
Let's go! No rest for the weak. We stay on that grind.
For Rem, Zex, and Nime, you guys follow Trailmore up. At the slow pace that he has, the hike takes hours. As eventually you guys actually start going uphill, getting out of the valley that Fourmount naturally rests in. The incline gets greater and greater until eventually you guys start doing switchbacks a little bit. You could go straight. If one of you wasn't a very old man, probably. But it does get steep enough that for Trailmore, he does require to start doing
like that.
And Ram, apparently.
I'm older than him!
Yeah, but it's like saying Barris is older than him. It doesn't really work.
Keep up, old man!
I've
got 10 years
Eventually,
on
you watch as the more soft earthen ground of Fourmount transforms into solid rock until it becomes a bit of almost a plateau-ish that you can realize looks over Fourmount, extending for about 300-400 feet before you watch again it dips down and sharply goes into a secondary bowl that is a couple of hours away from Fourmount, as you can see this large, expansial, even larger valley than Fourmount possibly, that is just coated and covered in fog. You guys cannot see the bottom. And Trailmore kind of looks and stomps on one section of rock. Oh, this will be good. I'm gonna need a lot of it. And Barris kind of looks and, don't worry, dear. You're going to get a lot whether you wanted it or not. So, Rem, you said you had something you could do about this stone?
Indeed, I can. How much space do we need?
Make it as expansive as you can.
As expansive as I can. If I use every spell slot I have available, I could make what's 5 by 5 by 5 by 5 by 6. I don't know. I can make this pretty big if I use all my spell slots. So let's go with like a 10 by 10 for now.
10 by 10 by 10?
10 by 10 by 10 by 10 by 5, actually.
Do we need a bigger hole than that?
I would like one, but it's sheer rock. There's only so much you can do, dear.
I can do 10. I could do 10 by 15 by 5.
Rem, are you able to expand on a hole that might already be there?
Theoretically, I could.
Jacob, can I use the thing?
If you want to.
Cool. I'm going to put on my cloak of useful items and use my 10-foot cube pit.
Okay. As you watch as she takes out this dull gray cloak with seemingly a bunch of patchwork on it, pulls it out, wraps it around, clasps it, and then rips a section of patch out. As it does, the patch begins to break apart and expand as she slaps it down, and then immediately, with no residue, refuge, a perfect cubular 10 by 10 by 10 hole.
If you need to add on to that, you can.
Okay, so I can make this. Yeah, fuck it. Let me get to work. I don't think about the math too hard. My brain's fucking fried from all
Do
the
you want
goddamn
me to do
legends.
the math? Tell
I
me how
don't-
many spell slots you have to use.
I have 6 spell slots of which I can cast this spell, unless upcasting it makes the thing bigger, but the spell doesn't say anything about
I
it
don't think it
affecting the area.
does.
So
Okay.
it's 5 by
So-
5 no matter what happens. So I can blast out 4 more pieces, and it's 10 feet deep, and then it goes over another 5 feet, and then it becomes like a 10 by 15, 10 by 15 by 10.
This is good.
That would be the best way to do it.
This is very good.
Can I borrow my broom so I don't hit the fucking ground?
Of course you can, dear. As you watch as Rem expands upon this pit that Nime had made. I didn't think that was gonna be the first thing that you whip out.
I didn't think that I would ever have to use the pit, okay? We were laughing about it for like 10 minutes.
That's really funny.
I can make this a little bit bigger, but like not in a cute way.
That's alright. We're fine with this. The deeper allows it to hold more heat for longer. This will be temporary, but it should last the month or so that it would probably take to forge an item. I'm not a forge master.
How could we get it to be hot again?
Possibly. Anything's possible through magic.
Look. We know... I don't know. Maybe we could. We don't have a dragon. I don't know what we could use to do it.
Do I know the nature of lava in any capacity?
You know it's molten rock.
Couldn't I just remultify the rock with stone shape in some way? It's like you can turn ice to water.
Mhm.
So
No,
I
that-
could use stone shape.
Yeah, as long as it is volcanic rock. Yeah.
I could turn it back to lava.
Mhm.
I could. It would hurt.
It would hurt.
I have to touch it and then like pull away really quick, and then I like.
You would definitely catch on fire and be partially submerged when it happened. But
Not
yeah, you could do it.
Eh,
Your hands would be touching lava.
I mean, once it... Look, I could get gloves for this.
But yes, that is a thing. Probably not useful for transporting it, but very useful for being able to keep it going.
It could be useful for transporting if we just load up a bunch of volcanic rock.
I mean, the big thing about this is I don't give a fuck about these swords. I don't benefit from this.
Well, if you wanted to just take volcanic rock, you're welcome to.
No. Transporting it the way that you suggest would be better.
Well, I'll be spending time up here then, marking it, getting it ready for the planar gate. All you have to do is let me know when you guys are in Dakaria, and I'll come down or up.
Mm-hmm. All right. Are we ready to go back to Greywall then, Rem?
Can we even do that?
Yeah, teleportation circle.
I gotta go talk to Rachel and then get the cart, but yeah.
Sick.
So how you gonna repay me for helping with this fucking hole? It's a
Really
lot of
want me
hard
to
work
re-
I just went through.
Yeah, uh-huh. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not.
I might need 100,000 per hole per spell that I use today. 100,000 per
Wait a minute.
Why are you in
There's,
such
like,
a good
A
mood?
ring that you could sell for that.
Oh, wow. Crazy.
Now you just
Weird.
need 3 more of them.
Oh man.
You could collect them all and sell them as a set, like the fucking Dakota rings from cereal boxes. 1 for each element. Oh, you that would be, look, that having all 4 in one place, you could upcharge that by a lot. Like fuck 400,000, you could get like 600,000 for a full set just for having all of them together in one place. Sound about right, Bears?
Possibly. It's very endearing, but you're breaking the poor lass's heart.
It is what it is what it is.
I'm leaving.
Well, I'll stick around here. I have work to do myself, I guess.
Sick. Real quick,
Mm-hmm.
I'm wandering off from the group a little bit. I'm doing my first test.
Okay.
I don't want to say what the test is,
All right.
but I'm
You're
doing
gonna
it.
test the ring and you're gonna get shunted out and it's gonna be funny.
I'm
Go on,
not. I
Rachel.
can't do that yet.
Yes, you can. You can expend a thing and move through the
That
dirt.
is its awakened form.
No, pre-awakened. You have to spend the thing to do it.
Nope.
Meld into stone, I think you might be talking about.
No, there's nothing here. Nothing about it. Oh, wait. Difficult. You can go through rubble rocks if it's difficult terrain, but I can't go through anything.
Technically, a wall would be difficult
That's-
terrain.
Not, no.
No.
You can't use the awakened state when it's not unawakened.
Right.
All right.
You know what I'm
I
testing
know what
now.
you're doing. You're
Sick.
using the correct materials, I assume.
Yes, I am. I'm marking them off.
Okay. As you speak it aloud, and then you crush the small bit that you need in your hand, and you look around. You don't seem to see anything.
Even after saying it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. As the rest of you all go back, what would you all like to do? You guys have re-arrived at Trailmoors for most of you, and you can see that Gil and Dayron are working on a bit. Just kind of silently, Gil working on it as Darren's instructing him, giving him some pointers. But at this point, Gilgamesh is largely self-sufficient, which is impressive to see.
Can I Arcana check my watch?
Sure.
Five.
5. You don't see any runes, any glyphs, nothing. Just a watch.
Okay.
All right. Anything anyone wants to do? You're in format.
Go and see Rachel and get the cart.
Okay. You move up. The cart's at the Trailmore's house already, I believe, so you don't have to worry about that. But you go, make your way in, and you can see both Rachel and the Dragonborn Arbiter kind of poring over these two different texts. You can see the Arbiter standing over Rachel, who is at this desk, kind of pointing, leading her along one of these hefty, basically, as you can kind of catch a glimpse at it, it is a different laws of trade tome, and it is big, it is dusty, and she looks bored, as evident as when her eyes kind of like look up and light up when you walked in. Welcome back. It's a pleasure.
I can see that the learning is boring.
I've never been very good at it.
You get better in time.
I appreciate your belief in me, but I sincerely doubt it. How are you doing?
Fair enough. We went down, met the Royals, and now we're doing work for them.
And I thought I'd have a difficult job in front of me. Congratulations. You are truly moving up in the world.
Pros and cons, pros and cons. Being a temporary local lord was pretty fun for a time, though.
I can't agree with you on that. I'm already have a headache. And it's only been a day since you left.
Take it in pieces. In stride. How'd you do it when I was here with you? How'd you manage?
I didn't. I was just
Seems pretty
here.
fun when we were together.
No. I don't. I deal with it by looking forward to going back to the house at the end of the day. That's it.
Think of it like this.
It's fun. Yes.
Once you have it all down, you don't have to do it again. And then you're a lord.
Speaking of that, I want to change the title. A lord has a bad taste in my mouth. I don't know what, but something. Anything but lord.
You want to be a countess instead?
I don't know. I just know what I don't want it to be. But I have to make sure that I'm not stealing anyone's title or going down. It has to be like a... It was a non-vertical move, a horizontal shift in title. That... I have to make sure that it's not, like, threatening the sovereignty of the land and whatever. Boring.
Look at you!
No.
All embroiled in the politics!
No.
It's been one day, you're doing great!
No. As the soon to be announced title person, what's up?
I just came to get the cart and tell you that I was heading east.
I hope you have a wonderful time. Sorry if I couldn't be more excited, but my headache is terrible.
I just thought I'd let you know where I was heading and see how you're handling it all.
She kind of gestures around. I'm trying.
Oh, I don't have any keepsakes to hand. I'm just like, hey, nay.
So.
Once you have it all down, you'll be a lord. It gets easier with time.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so.
And then as you get more of it, you can start to create a circle of people around you to assist you with your duties. No one rules alone. You'll have your own council or barons or some support system.
I want to get those names changed too.
Yeah, you're the one in charge here.
But even being in charge, you still have to abide by rules.
You could just call them trusted individuals.
Let's call them good people. That will be the... Whatever. I hope you, safe travels to the east, Rem.
Let me see if there's anything I can do to assist with this. Give me a second. She has a headache. I believe Lesser Restoration works on fatigue.
I don't know if it. I don't remember if it removes exhaustion, but it would probably soothe a headache.
It's blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned. I think Greater Restoration is the one for...
Greater Restoration removes exhaustion, but I have a feeling Lesser would help with a headache.
We'll do a Lesser Restoration. I'm a good individual.
Thank you. That will get me through a couple more pages at least.
Take care of yourself.
You do the same.
I should be heading back then.
Alright. Good luck.
I'll need it. And then I'll head back.
Alright. So, Suna, are you just sticking on the wall?
Yeah, until Ren comes back down, and then I'll follow Ren back to the cart.
So, Rem shuffles out, and you slide down the wall and the staircase to fall into step with Rem as you all recollect at the Trailmore estate. Zex, as I know you told me, you hand off the 3 adamantine ingots to Trailmore, and he takes them and puts them in this like wood and metal lined case. And with all of you back in one place, minus Bears, what would you all like to do?
She went to go find a place to stay, right? She knows we're leaving?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I guess we're leaving.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
I believe I need to give Trelmo the adamantine.
Yeah,
Can I just say I did that?
Yeah, you did.
How long is that going to take?
Look at making the swords?
Yeah?
Probably a while.
It's not just adamantine, it's whatever the fuck this adamantine is, dragon-treated adamantine. It's gonna be a while. I'll do my best.
Didn't you say you've worked with this kind of stuff before?
I have. I actually have. Not this specific type of dragon-treated adamantine, but yes.
Alright, well. Try not to lose it. I almost died with that.
You know, similar thing was told me last time I got dragon-treated adamantine. So,
Alright, well.
I'll do my best.
Sounds good. If we have the cart, I guess I'm just casting teleportation circle and we're going through.
Okay. So, the 5 of you all collect outside of the Trailmore house. Zex, you're using chalk, or do you have to use residuum?
Residuum.
And you're taking the powder, you sprinkle it in the circle, tracing the rest of it that's collected on your fingers, and then it lights up blue as all of you through. This time, luckily, Nimi, you get to a little bit prepare for it, as it takes a whole minute for Zex to trace out this circle, and then you kind of can take a deep breath, and then you step forth into it.
Perfect.
It's still a bit of a rush, though.
You see why this shit makes me sick, though, right?
Absolutely.
As you all step through, you are within a stone-treated place. As you can see, a little bit of light peeking through these constructed large doors, large enough for a cart to move through, as you are all within the Mages Guild.
Oh, fuck. She hates me for that shit.
Let's crack the doors and get the cart outside.
And then I'll install the hot box.
Okay, all you have to do installing it is just setting it in, pretty much. You can slide it up to be behind the seat, and you're all good.
Alright. I need to go chat with Jaylene. I'm assuming that I'm attuned to this ring by now, seeing as it's been hours.
It's almost the end. It's pretty much like almost sundown now.
Mm-hmm.
So, you go find Jaylene. Oh, I was wondering who had walked through the circle, and then I heard wheels turning, and I knew who walked through the circle. Hi. How are y'all doing?
Pretty good. We just dropped off Barris and the Adamantine at Fourmount.
You convinced Barris to... Never mind. Wonderful. Is there anything you need? You look like someone with something about him.
Well, I know you have earth elementals here, yeah?
Yes. We have a couple bound to the guild.
So, I have this cool ring.
Mm-hmm.
And if I kill an earth elemental while attuned to it, I get a whole bunch of crazy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And so if I make you guys a stone golem, can I defeat one of your earth elementals?
That is an interesting offer. Wow. I was very, very scared of where this conversation was going, but it's taking a pleasant turn. Stone golem? Where do you have a stone golem?
I don't have it exactly yet. I have the means to make one. I have some of the supplies and I have the manual.
Okay. So you don't have a stone golem?
Not yet.
Mm-hmm.
Soon.
Soon. All right.
Soon.
Well, I'd be willing. Sure. Yeah. We could stone golem would be I would say that'd be worth it. Yeah.
Awesome.
If you walk in here with a stone golem, I will happily set one of the elementals loose on you.
Great.
I assume you're not just fighting it for like malicious intent. but like,
Not malicious enchant. I just need to defeat an earth elemental while attuned to this ring, and then I get
okay,
perks.
okay. When you present it, it's a little weird without any context. Sorry.
I'll let her look at the ring.
Taps it. Oh, yeah. No, that makes sense. Sure, yeah. Yeah, if you walk in here with a stone golem and bind him to me, I will let you, fight one of my elementals. All the way through, not just
Right.
of how you guys did it beforehand.
Great.
Alright. Anything else any of you want to do? Nothing?
I need
No.
tools.
Okay.
I need money. I forgot. I have purpose now.
Alright. What are you
I
trying
need
to buy?
I need 2 sets of tools. Here's my trap card, folks. At level 12, I took the skill feat. I took proficiency. That's the word. Proficiency. Too many P words going on in my mind right now.
Yeah.
Proficiency in perception, as well as herbalism kit and alchemist tools.
Oh, nice.
I'm making drugs.
Okay. And I was wondering why your passive perception had jumped so high.
Yes.
Okay. So both alchemist and herbalism kits are available to buy from the camping shop in Greywall. Very, very easy. And very, very standard pricing.
How much?
So, all you need is the 2 tool sets, right?
I mean, I'd like the fixings.
Well, it's so specifically for the alchemist set, there is like additional things you can buy, and then for herbalism kit, you can buy whatever amount of supplies you want. So that is something to keep in mind. So
How much for the premium alchemist tools?
so
Real primo shit.
well, it's for alchemist supplies. The set, the things that have the tools to boil and grind and all of that. The base cost of it, of just having the toolkit, is 50 gold pieces.
Okay.
Same thing for the a similar situation for getting the herbalism kit, except the herbalism kit is just 5 gold pieces.
Okay.
It's a lot more simple. The thing comes with the additional things for the tools. So whether you are what's the word? So for herbalism kit, you know that you could be making healing potions specifically is what herbalism kit's for.
I could also use it for like monster harvesting and
Yep.
other shit.
Yes, you can use it in place of nature or medicine checks for monster harvesting.
In place or in addition?
I believe it is in place, but I will double check for you. But it allows you to create your own healing potions for a flat rate. You buy 25 gold pieces in material, and you would spend a day making it, and you would have a normal healing potion.
So the thing of it is when you say a full day, I know it counts as an 8-hour day.
Mm-hmm.
Can we rule this as me putting things together and then it has to take a day to soak?
It is something that takes your attention. So if it is, it's like making sure milk doesn't boil over kind of thing. You still have to be there to watch it, but it's not like it's still taking your time. Is the problem.
I could do this in the cart while we're moving. That's the thing.
It's tricky, but sure. Yeah.
I'm a
Especially like making the potions, yes. Making some of the alchemist supplies, maybe not.
What can I do with the alchemist stuff? I know I can make acid. What else?
Making acids, making antitoxins, starting
Smoke bomb.
fires. Smoke
Smoke
bomb
bomb.
is one of the easier things to make. Yeah.
I want to upgrade my Molotovs.
Rem can make LSD.
I could. I can make you all natural and white collar LSD.
So
Oh,
One for the
fuck.
working man, one for the non-working man.
for what it is, Alchemist Supplies, the flat rate, you need a you would be able to order things as part of a long rest. If you want to, you can use the Alchemist Supplies to make a dose of acid, alchemist fire, antitoxin, oil, perfume, snow, or soap. It costs half of what the straight cost is. So I would tell you how much supplies you'd mark off, but you can buy. Basically, you buy stuff in 50 gold bags for supplies for making stuff. And I can give you what your crafting prices is for different things such as alchemist fire, acid, stuff like that.
Well, because I want to get weird with it. We're gonna get weird with it. We're gonna make a lot of weird things.
Sure.
But yeah.
So you'd be buying them in. So you mark off the 50 gold for the alchemist supplies, and you mark off the 5 gold for the herbalist supplies, and then just tell me how much herbalism supplies you're getting, how many gold pieces worth of it, and how many gold pieces worth of alchemist supplies you're getting. You have to get the herbalism supplies in 25 gold piece packs, and you have to get the alchemist supplies in 50 gold piece packs.
I thought you said it was half the flat
It-
cost.
It is half, so that's why the packs for making potions are 25 gold pieces.
Alchemist Fire is 50 gold flat, so it'd be
I know,
25 for
but
that.
they don't. If you want to specifically get stuff, I will let you do that. But it is the
This
thing
is
of
just in general.
in general to buy general alchemy supplies. The general rules as written ruling is you can buy them in packs of 50 is generally how it is.
All right, I'll do. Let me.
I mean, it doesn't hinder you too much. It's just that's generally how that's how the camping store has them. They have packs of supplies and 50 gold pieces, 50 gold pieces, 50 gold pieces, stuff like that. So
Buy that. All right, I'll give 200 gold. So enough for these supplies. What's the fucking math I did on this?
which supplies?
Who did this math? It was me. So it's 50 for the alchemist, 5 for the herbalism, and then I'm getting I want like 100 of the alchemist and then 50
Okay.
for the something like that. So it's 200 gold.
So you're buying
205.
50. Yeah, so you're buying 50 gold pieces worth of herbalism supplies and 100 gold pieces worth of alchemist supplies.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? You'd be marking off 205 total gold for the kits and the supplies. Alright. With Rem's shopping out of the way, anything else any of you would like to be doing?
So it's night right now, right?
It is.
I'm going to take my long rest.
Alright. Before you all move off into doing your long rest, any last minute things you guys would like to do before the day ends?
Do I have anything in my ring right now? Fuck.
I don't believe you do.
They didn't use any of the healing spells, so it's full of healing spells right now.
Hmm. Speak now, Rem, Suna, Gilgamesh, Nime, or we shall rest for the evening.
I'm ready
got
for long
nothing.
rest.
I'm good with Brad.
You're good? Gil, did you say you're good?
Yeah.
Okay, Rem, you good?
All good.
All right. As you all find yourselves rest within the Mages Guild within Greywall and sleep soundly, ready for whatever tasks you face. As you wake up the next day, a long rest completed, you guys regain spell slots spent. I don't think any of you were hurt, but you know. And Nime comes back. You all find yourselves having a breakfast within the Mages Guild. The day is yours. You guys are free to plan or begin your journey. What would you like to do?
Shall we begin our journey?
I'm ready to start. I'll flip my spells around really quickly, but yeah, I'm ready to start.
Okay. As you guys begin your journey outside of Greywall, where are you heading?
Outside.
Lichton first.
Okay.
I have Mandabar with us, right? Just making sure.
What if we did a little bit of this?
A little bit of what?
Look at the map. What if we did a little bit of this?
I'd be okay with that, except for isn't Decaria like in desperate need of our help?
Yeah, we're passing by to see it, and then we're going here. But like, what's the purpose of stopping here when we can go here?
That's
And
a
then
fair
we can
point.
See it.
That's a fair point. I agree with that.
Which, like, is it easier? Like, what's? Fuck it, man.
Let's just
Life
do
comes
it.
at you fast.
All right. So, the 3 days spent going to Lichton, Suna and Zex on their horses, Rem, Gil, Nime on a cart. The sound of the horse hooves against the loose cobblestone and dirt, reassuring familiar as you all head east. The still slightly uncomfortable, overbearing presence of the living forest to the north of you all as you make your way towards Lichton. Eventually you all arrive, and what you can see is a town that has, for all intents and purposes, seems to have mostly recovered from the ordeal that some of you had saved it from so long ago. You can see general carts bustling around, people running through small cobblestone streets, and as you guys move into the town, the fountain, once dry where you'd first saw it, is now bubbling with water, as Lichton is a town brought back to life.
So on our way here, can I have unattuned from the Ring of Elemental Command, reattuned to the Ring of Spell Storing, thrown a destructive wave in it, and then swapped them back? I had enough time to
You
do
have
that in 3 days.
more than enough time.
Okay.
All right. So as you guys go there, you 5 are now in Lichton, a new place for 2 of you, I believe. I guess Suna has been here in passing, but new for you, Nime. As you can see, the bright, it's funny, Lichton, when back at its glory, looks almost like a miniature bit of Greywall, even down to the fact that there is a smaller, but no less grand, fountain in the market square.
As we're traveling out, explain to Nime what we did here all that time ago.
I'm ready for information intake.
Oh, okay. Here's how. Okay, so, fuck. How the
I'll
fuck do
go
I?
in details.
Okay,
if you
so-
want me to just go.
So we got a guild contract from the guild, and it had something to do with undead, which is my bread and butter. So we decided to make our way here to deal with the undead issue. The entire town was full of undead. I believe by the end we killed over 100 and some change of them. And there was a lady here named Delilah that was not from New York City. And she had been killing people and doing things in order to achieve lichdom, but like fucked up along the way and became a failed lich. And she looked like melting butter.
Green
Melting
butter.
butter.
Like her skin was peeling off, and then healing, and then peeling, and then healing, and then peeling.
She was
That
also
sounds-
very green.
Gory.
It was very gory, and there was a lot that happened here, and there was a lot of violence here. A lot of people died here.
It sounds like it
I-
could be very traumatic for somebody else.
A lot
I-
of things are my bread and butter in this situation that we're not going to talk about.
I'm glad that you all made it out okay.
Mostly. There were some bumps along the way.
Well, hopefully nothing like that happens again. It seems pretty lively now.
I'm shrugging.
I have one stop. I'm going to the house. Just the front door. Knock. Knock again. Still no answer? I guess I'm opening the door. Can I make an investigation check? Anything that I can find, I just am looking.
Alright.
Clues, something, anything.
God, I made that mistake. Of course, when I accidentally mute myself, all the viewership goes up. That's nice. As you'd made your way back into the town, you knocked on the door. No one answered. It was unlocked as you stepped in. It was cleaned up, still dusty. And you're looking for what? Just for one more reminder.
Literally anything.
Okay. Make an investigation check.
16.
16. As you're looking through, you can see everything in here that is here, albeit still very simple, seems to have a place that they've been setting. There's dishes and different silverware that have been set upon a counter that are all very neatly organized and orderly. The table itself, if there wasn't a fine layer of dust on it, would look very nicely set with a central placemat for like holding very hot things to not scar the wood on the table. And the fireplace, besides, again, the layer of dust that seems to cover everything, is very, very clean. And you check, and there is still the hiding spot in the leg of the bed.
But it's all covered in dust, and it doesn't look like it's been disturbed in a long time.
From what you can do, it seems like at some point someone was in here because stuff has been moved around and resorted and organized. But whoever came in here and sorted it has not been back in enough time for a fine layer of dust to come.
I guess I'm going to ask around to see if I can figure out who used to live here or lives here or whatever.
Okay. I would like you to make both an investigation check and then a charisma check.
Charisma?
Mhm.
Not persuasion?
Nope, just that.
Oh, man. Okay, investigation first is a dirty 20,
Okay.
and a charisma check, a 19.
19. As you kind of look through the general townspeople who are happy, trying to like push different wares on you, like get you something to eat and stuff. And as you're asking around, you're like, you get from several different people of just, I have no idea, and it's just one person is just like, this like older gentleman that's sitting just against one of the houses that's close to the market square. Goes, oh yeah, no, that was the advisor to the mayor of the town. I think he's still around, but traveling right now. Why did you need him for something?
I just kind of wanted to meet him. Do you know his name?
I just know him mostly as the Penwood Advisors. He's the advisors of the Penwood family. Oh, he's a magic man, that man is. I see him, he can pull stuff out of his hands.
Penwood advisors, you say?
Yeah, the Penwood family. You know, the mansion.
Oh, I know that mansion very well.
Oh, that's good.
Thank you very much.
Oh, no problems. Happy to help.
I'm gonna go to the mansion.
Okay. As you go, it's just looking at that mansion. Objectively, if this mansion had any other context to it, it'd be a very nice, very beautiful mansion. But you always get this disgusting chill remembering what you've seen in this place. As you step up, large wooden doors as you pause, you can see a very finely tailored man pulls open the door. You can see probably looking a half elf in stature and complexion. Quick monocle on one. May I help you?
Yes, I was looking for Penwood advisor.
Mayor Penwood's advisor, yes. He's currently not in the town. He's off making sure that we're repaying our favor for our neighbors for taking us during our latest crisis. The Gilhar, the town to the south. I apologize. May I take a message for him?
No. Do you know when he'll be back?
Oh, I assume it wouldn't take him more than half a month. He's doing a favor from Lichton to Gilhar as its representative, as a thank you for taking in refugees during our crisis.
Of course, that makes sense.
I apologize. Are you sure I can't take a message, young man?
I'm sure. I'll just come back.
Very well.
If you'd excuse me for a moment, I'll be right back. I'm gonna sort of turn away and say into the ring, Rem, Gil, I'm at the mansion. You wanted to stop by. I don't know if you were interested in talking to Mr. Penwood.
I might as well.
I've got nothing better to do.
We can't stay here for long, then. We need to get moving.
And
Of course.
as someone from the outside, Nime, it's interesting. Is every once in a while you've caught these guys, you see them kind of look down at a ring in their hand and then bring it up to their mouth, and seemingly having a conversation.
Nime is gonna tap Rem on the shoulder.
Can I help you?
That ring. What is it?
It's how we communicate with each other.
I see. Is it long distance?
Long-ish distance.
Okay, good to know.
Here, I have 2 of them, because I got the one back from Mordak, I'm sure.
If you'd wanted to, yeah.
Yeah. So I'll give you one.
Okay, is there a specific finger I need to wear it on?
No.
Nime will hesitantly take the ring out of Rem's hand and place it on her, point a finger on her left paw. Do herringons have paws?
It's a bit more of a hand for you guys. But yeah, so you're able to slip it on. And as soon as you're able to catch the tail end of the comment that Gil made, and then coming both through the ring. You kind of feel it from the inside of your head as the ring buzzes as you're putting it on your finger. And the cart shifts, heading towards a very large, majestic wooden mansion at the northern end of the town.
Can I whisper into the ring, welcome aboard, Nime?
Sure. Everyone hears it, but yeah.
Yeah.
Nime smiles and blushes a little bit and then just kind of sinks back.
Alright. As you all...
I need to confirm with this butler before they get here that we can actually go in.
Who are you again?
Oh, I'm Zex. You see, a few months ago, we cleared a bunch of undead out of this town.
Oh. Thank you. I had no idea. Well, that explains a lot. We've been very open about the crisis that we had, but I personally wasn't aware of who had dealt with it. Thank you.
Of course. My companions will be here soon.
Well, is there anything that I would be able to do for you and your companions?
Well, I was wondering if we could maybe talk to Mr. Penwood.
I will, inform him. I assume that, he will be happy to talk with those that have saved his town from crisis. If you'll excuse me. As he backs in, the door closes. After a while, your group shows up, the carts and horses coming, as you're all together at the beginning of this Penwood mansion. As you can see, the grass is beginning in the front part of the courtyard for the mansion has begun to regrow and everything. And for Rem, Zex, Gilgamesh, it is a very weird feeling of seeing a house that was previously so cold, cruel, and dead brought back to life. But it's nice. In a weird way.
I don't trust.
As the door opens up and you can all see this finely dressed half-elf gentleman with the monocle. Look, Mayor Penwood would be happy to receive the people who have solved the crisis in Lichton. Please, if you follow me. You guys follow?
Yeah?
Yes.
Alright, he leads you through the familiar halls. It is weird. It is very weird, as it is actually taking into the art exhibit part of the house, if you so firmly remember, with the paintings and one sculpture in the middle. As you can see, a tall yet very, very large man. You would think he's overweight if you had only seen him from the stomach down, but looking at his chest, how broad it is, and just how intense of a man he is. As he kind of turns looking, you can see the cloak he's wearing, less of a cloak, more of a robe, finely ordained with golden trims and buttons running all the way down to the floor. As he's, "You are all the saviors of Lichton. You owe my greatest thanks. I did not have the pleasure of meeting any of you." And he moves and, Gilgamesh, he moves up to you first.
What?
And he holds out his hand. My
Like,
greatest thanks.
like he hold out his hand like handshake?
Yeah.
Kind of hold out. Oh, I'm gonna give this man a very firm handshake.
Alright, make a strength check.
I'm gonna nat 20 this, and
Roll for firmness.
Roll for firm.
I'm always firm.
Firmly grasp
Oh
it!
god.
Oh, that's an unnatural 20.
If this
Crush
was
his
a
hand.
competition, you all watch Gilgamesh lose. As
What?
you
That's a
watch
first.
Gil get his hand grabbed by the Lord, and you watch him wince. This is strong, man. And also a natural 20 for a strength check.
Oh,
as it's
okay. I was gonna say,
pain.
he could not have rolled much.
I'm doing the thing.
Yeah, nothing.
That's a good idea. Nah.
Last time we encountered a
Very-
strong lord, he was a vampire, so
That's fair. He's a mayor, though. He's not a lord.
same thing.
Um,
He's a man in power.
It is a wonderful day to meet those responsible. Please, my gratitude is forever endless.
JC, I'd like to cast a spell.
Okay.
Fireball.
Can
Someone said
I
fireball!
cast Detect Thought?
Mm-hmm.
I know it's an action, but I would like to use it if possible.
Okay.
What the homie thinking?
It's an action. I get to read the thoughts of creatures within the 30 foot and within at least a 3 intelligence.
Yeah. Are you trying to do it subtly?
So right now, I just want to know the base thoughts, and then I can kind of decide from there.
Okay.
This man's
It's-
thinking about fat asses and fishnets.
As any man should.
So as you kind of peer into this very large man's mind, what you do see is it's an overwhelming tidal wave of like a very, very happy and appreciative nature, with the back kind of brimming with curiosity.
Okay. Can I dig a little bit into that curiosity? And I would like to press harder.
Okay. What is
A nat
Um,
20 this?
you need to make a wisdom save.
what is your DC?
What the heck is my DC?
I think it
Where
goes
do
by
I
your
find that?
intelligence. It goes by your intelligence. It's 8 plus proficiency plus intelligence.
This is a different thing. Maybe.
Is it just the 12 or what am I looking at right now?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Because it is.
I hope it's not a 12.
Hope it's not. Spellcast is. Yeah, because you had your intelligence increased by it, right? That was the.
Yes.
Yeah, so it is intelligence. So it's 8 plus your proficiency plus your intelligence modifier.
When he told me
8
fuck
plus
you, you're
9,
wrong.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that'll be 24.
What?
The intelligence modifier.
Modifier. Oh, I'm stupid. Okay. So
What?
Baddest spell
so
save DC.
so we're looking at 8 plus my pro. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 13, I guess.
Okay. That's a little bit more reasonable.
Yeah.
No, I like 24 better.
I'd have a hard time passing that one.
The one
The
time.
one time. It is. If it. As you are saying this, he's kind of very happy, jovial, and then you're able to put words into it of the. A lot of it is what is on the surface of what he's saying. Of it's my gratitude is endless, and then you're
Did he fail?
Otherwise, the spell would have ended if he failed. If he succeeded,
Okay.
the spell would have ended.
I need insight, reasoning, emotional state, and large looming thoughts.
Mm-hmm. The largest
all
looming,
fat asses.
yeah, the largest looming thought is, they wouldn't come back just to hear me praise them. I wonder why they are here, and what they might need from me.
Like we
So
say
it does
here.
say that I can use it as an
That's
interrogation.
patient.
Are you interrogating him?
No. But can I find out what he thinks we're here for?
He's trying to think of why you guys would be here, and he's can't think of anything right now. He's like,
Okay.
He's assuming you guys are here with good intentions, but he doesn't know why.
Okay. I'll end the spell, and then I would like to, if I am not already standing next to Suna, I would like to walk up to her and ask if she knows why everything feels a little off in a way.
Show us the battle map with that ugly ass green floor, and then maybe she'll understand what the fuck's going on here.
I'm surprised.
Should I make a
forgot about
perception
that.
check or
I
don't?
You can if you want to. Like, for
I might
for
as
you,
well
there's,
just-
like, it's nice. Like, it's a very nice mansion.
But I'm not necessarily feeling that same off feeling that.
No.
No, it just felt uncomfortable with the other party members, I guess, is what I was saying. Like, everybody seems a little off-put, I guess.
Yeah, it's a thing of you can recognize that too.
Okay.
Of Rem, Zex, and Gil look a little off-put by it. Gil looks more off-put now that the Lord is shaking his hand a little bit harder than he thought he would. But, yeah.
Okay.
And
Zex
if
didn't-
possible...
did-
Oh, go ahead.
Did Zex tell me about what happened here while we were
I told
wandering
everyone in
around?
the cart.
Yeah, they were. Rem and Zex had gone through the whole story. Creepy woman, melty.
It's if I had to
Creepy
guess,
woman.
it's
Scary woman.
probably what they went through here before, and it might be
Okay.
their first time having been back here. I don't know. wasn't with them back then.
Nime kind of steps back, and then she then gets into Rem's ear and basically kind of gives Rem the rundown of he wants to know why we're here.
Well, I bet you're wondering what we dropped by for so late after the whole situation. We were just coming through town on our way to handle some business to the east,
Oh.
and our companion thought we should drop by and see how everything's going. I'm sure you understand our apprehension. This place wasn't the same as it was when we were here.
Very thoughtful of you all to check in on us. This is very appreciated. If I don't know what to say.
I do have some things that I picked up while I was here.
Oh.
So I've got a flask labeled QP.
His eyes grow a little soft at the sight of it.
I've got a silver locket that's damaged.
He seems to recognize that as well.
I've got 20 papers of rambling notes.
If I may.
I'm going to hand them off to him.
He begins reading, and you can all almost watch this large man visibly deflate as he begins reading through the first one. Those brave souls.
And then I've got this little key that came out of the locket.
He picks it up.
I always wondered what it was for, but...
Just one of the rooms in the house.
16 on the inside.
Yeah, it's to one of the rooms in the house. Does not seem to be lying.
I hate to bring up bad memories, but there's no purpose in me carting these mementos around.
It's...
Did you ever find your other son?
Both of my boys gave their lives so that others would be able to get out of the city. They've made me proud.
Out of character, we never saw the Orion boy, did we?
You did. You just
You
didn't
told
know.
me.
You saw. There was one of them that was in the group death room with the rambling notes. And then there was another one that was the only body that you guys saw when you first went to the barracks. Body blocking a door with its head partially caved in.
Oh no! Oh no! Wait, that's why I couldn't recognize him. There was nothing left to recognize.
Mm-hmm.
We have our condolences for your loss. Sorry to bring up bad memories. We're glad to see that everything is looking better.
Well, it was thanks to you all. Every bad memory can come with good tidings.
I'll cut all these things loose that I don't need anymore.
Alright.
Hand over the strange key.
Alright. He takes it.
I have so many questions about the whole ordeal, but you don't seem keen on answering them, so best left unanswered then.
I do apologize.
There's nothing to apologize for. Take solace in that they rest easy.
I take solace that my boys were as courageous as they could be.
Well, we won't be bothering you much longer. We'll be on our way.
Thank you. I wish you all safe travels and much fortune.
You as well.
Nods, and the butler leads you guys back out of the mansion. The doors closing behind.
Are you happy, Zach? Gave the man depression.
Happy enough. He got closure at least.
What closure did we provide? He has
The
nothing left.
notes.
The rambling. I read all those notes, right? What were they?
A lot of suicide letters.
Yeah. Yeah, he got suicide letters. How did they all do it, though?
There was a empty box of poison that they had drunk.
They drank the Kool-Aid, Rem.
Oh no! Jamestown! Or what, is it Jamestown or was it Johannesburg? What was
It was
that?
Jamestown. It was
Jamestown.
Yeah.
Fun
Oh,
fact,
get
it
really
wasn't
dark.
It wasn't even Kool-Aid. It was something else. It was off-brand Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
It was high C. It was
Okay,
crystal.
No, okay, we're not saying fucking brands and you okay.
No, give
Yeah,
me
the
a second.
great value
Stream
version.
Sponsored by Kool-Aid. Okay.
Oh God.
Not
No,
sponsored.
no.
Okay, so with this passage out of the way, where are you guys heading next?
West.
Out.
Coming across the plains towards Decaria specifically.
All right. So, you guys head off towards this, the cart's rumbling, the path becoming more faint and faded, as this is not a well-traveled road. You guys have some days ahead of you. If there's any conversations you guys would like to do in the days of travel.
I'll take my hand at making some things.
All right. What would you like to make? Using what
Let's
specifically?
Let's start with a healing potion.
Okay. And so you guys watch as Rem passes off the reins to someone else, moves to the back of the cart, and during the day, you can hear the sounds of mortar and pestle, of grinding different plants into a fine powder, then paste, and then moving it through, setting it inside a vial rack to set. And at the end of the first day, you have made, using half of your herbalism supplies, a healing potion. Standard 2d4 plus 2.
I'm so proud. I'm gonna show everyone. Like, look at this. Look at it.
Good job, Ram.
Yeah, good job,
Okay.
Ram.
Can you make this? Okay, I'll spend another day to make a bomb.
That's a bit
I'll
That
make
took a
I'll
quick
make
turn.
advanced Molotov. Let's see how they like that shit.
All right. So,
Nuclear
I would like you to
warfare.
make an intelligence check, and because you're proficient with alchemy supplies, you will add your proficiency to it.
So it's
Intelligence.
intelligence plus. That's not good. That's
Oh.
very bad.
Oh no.
That is a 9.
Cover!
So, you guys,
How many supplies are wasted?
you waste the crafting that you're trying to make. So you were trying to make a Molotov?
I was trying to make the Molotov better. I was building on the idea of it.
So you would waste 10 gold pieces worth of supplies and a Molotov. As you watch this section of suddenly there's this bright orange flash and then just smoke billowing out from the back of the cart. One day there's this like crack that kind of echoes throughout, and all of you kind of stop and look, and there's just Rem, the front of their armor just covered in this orange powder.
I'm like pouring out the side of the cart, coughing, and they're like, "What the fuck's going on?" I'm like,
I'm
"The
very
meth lab
impressed,
in the
Ram.
basement exploded."
Oh
So
God.
impressed that I don't even have words.
Yeah, I can't make that either, but this time I'm glad I can't.
All right.
It's a work in progress.
Emphasis on the progress.
Look, do you want to give it a go?
It's on the work.
Fine, I'll do it again. The same day.
All right.
Wait a minute.
Roll again.
One.
25!
Oh shit, he's actually gonna make it this time.
So you utilize. So you'd utilize 20 gold pieces worth of materials, and it's taking a couple hours. So it's like you watch it. A couple hours go by. Ha! You can see this. The bottle has been seemingly like altered a bit. You've kind of done that, and then the actual bit of liquid goes in. Has been like, instead of the dark brackish like black oil that you had placed in it, it now also shines green when you show it up to the light, and it seems to be stable. You've made something.
What is it?
Mark in your inventory a green Molotov. This is the fun part about tinkering, is you get to try it out.
Gil, stand over there.
Stand 20 feet away from me and
Zex,
don't
do you
move.
want to see how it works?
You know, I'm the one who's resistant, so let's stop the cart and we can find out.
I make no promises for this one. Do I still have to light this
Look.
thing?
I took full dragon fire to the face. I'm pretty sure I can handle whatever the fuck you cooked up.
Do I still have to light this thing?
Yeah, you do.
I will sacrifice. I will sacrifice my tinderbox.
Tinderbox are multi-use.
They are.
Perfect.
So
I have one, so I'll light this shit and then I'll throw it.
all right.
What happens
Are
to me?
you trying to hit Zex?
Yeah.
All right. So Zex, you
Woke up
can
and
make a
died.
dexterity saving throw, or you can choose to fail.
Can you see
I
it?
choose to fail.
As it just cracks on the feet, there's the general fire that starts, and then it goes up, and the flames turn green. You immediately roll 5d6 damage, and it will be 5d6 fire damage.
No.
And that 5x5 track is immediately caught on fire. So Zex, you will also have to spend an action putting it out.
Oh, is he
Okay.
still resistant to this fire?
He is.
But if he
You have
wasn't,
equivalently mixed in like different magnesium types of powders into it to make it flare up.
I'm gonna shout
make it
out
more volatile.
while I'm on fire.
You know,
It tingles a lot.
Just start like screaming, just like you're in pain.
that does tingle a lot. 5, 10, 16, 20, 21.
Oh.
Halved down to what, like
11.
11?
Anyone else, this would be a very unpleasant experience.
And you're caught on fire. So
I'm putting it out.
If he doesn't put it out, how
It's-
much damage does it do the next turn?
it's at the top of someone's turn. It does 1d10 point of fire damage. So Zex, you take 7 half to 4 fire damage, and then you put it out with your
Okay.
action.
15 total.
I don't have to make
Uh,
intelligence checks to make these anymore, right? Because I've tinkered. I've made it.
You still have to do it because like it's still checks to make, even though they're like it's easier. There's a set DC that for every time you make it.
So what's the DC on this thing now?
The DC on it was 15.
What is it now?
No,
I
it's
know the formula now.
yeah. You've got the formula.
It's still 15?
It's still 15, man.
Damn.
That's how these work.
It's pretty good though.
Creating a small smoke bomb is a DC of 10, and its O is going to be a DC of 10. Kind of stuff like that.
Well, I think that worked pretty well, didn't it?
Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was really tingly for like a second.
Would you prefer I make acid? What if I made an acid Molotov?
you could do that to me too, and it would still be halved.
No, what?
Tell me the thing is useless now,
Maybe the
bitch.
ring's not awakened.
Aw, damn it.
All right.
Oh, with enough tinkering, I could make different forms of elemental. Who says I can't literally put lightning in the bottle? I got a lot going on right now.
As you guys begin moving further, the days go by.
Ugh.
3, 4.
I'll use the
I'd
last
like-
of my herbalism shit to make another potion of healing, so
you
I have
use
no more
all
of
of
those.
it to make the second one.
Can I gather as we go?
They're generally
It's still winter.
slightly, yeah, it's slightly more arcane stuff, and it's not something you'd be. I don't know if it's something you'll find, but I'll get that back to you when I'm able to find that out. Suna, you were gonna do something?
Are we just moving through the night? Or are we like
move through
stopping to set up
pieces
camp
of the
every
night.
night?
We stop
Yeah.
every night.
It's general things. You guys stop. You guys do it. If you guys want to, on one of the nights during a watch shift, like do something specific, you can. It is up
Okay.
to you. It's a thing of right now. The things you guys are seeing, you can see like flocks of birds go by sometimes over the night. You guys see, like at this point, you can see like forms of wolves at some point that look like they're about to harass the cart, and then one of you shoot like a very loud spell, and the ringing sound causes them to scatter. Any random encounter in this place is not worth your guys' time, so I'm not rolling for them.
That's fair.
Could we one shot a wolf?
I think any of you could one-shot a wolf.
One night, I want to take a watch with Rem.
Okay.
I gave Nime those healing potions, by the way.
Oh.
You can have them.
Oh,
You get 2 of them.
There we go.
sweet. You know what? For that, Jacob,
Mhm.
can I please take out my cloak of useful items and pull off the bag of 100 gold pieces and give it to Rem?
Sure. As you watch as she
Oh.
pulls and clasps it again, another patch comes off and it turns into a heavy cloth bag of gold.
Trade. Stonks. Thank you.
Oh, it's just a simple trade for a couple of healing potions. It's the least that I can do.
You technically paid market price, didn't she?
Yeah, exact market price.
You paid market
That's
price.
pretty funny.
Capitalism. I'll take it. I can make more of them. This is great. These will be super helpful. We have a lot of time when we travel. Tits.
All right. So one night, as you guys are on the watch, the moon high in the sky, Suna, Rem, you guys share a watch together.
I'll dabble with my shit while we do the watch.
Okay.
Hey, Rem,
How can I help?
what's death like?
Oh,
Death. It's not something to be afraid of, but when you're experiencing it, it can be very frightening. And it does initially start cold, and then depending on how things go, it can become warmth, or it can stay cold, or it can be nothing. Death is different for everyone, and the after portion depends on who you place your faith with and how you've lived your life. But dying as a concept is not something to be afraid of. We all die one day. It's okay to grieve and be sad, but it's not okay to waste your life grieving and being sad. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
Why do you ask? Did you want a specific answer? a specific part of death.
I've heard just you mentioned that you had died at one point.
I did.
I was curious about, I guess, your specific experience before coming back.
JC, can I bullshit this, or like, do I have an actual answer?
Go for it, man.
It was cold, and I'll be truthful with you, I was angry. But
Nothing new.
the cool nature of it, the cold, it was comforting to me because of my particular persuasion. And I remember observing, my companions as they transported me along. And I take that as my lady's way of telling me that it wasn't my time. And it's not accurate to say that I spoke with her, but I was within her presence, so to speak, as if I was being cradled. And when I was, for lack of a better term, placed back in my body, it's as if the world went from color to black and white. Seeing things from the beyond is vastly different than how we see it when we're in our bodies. And you can ask Sex about it. It was a funny thing. The shock of the experience had taught me another language or two. And I forgot common for a short time. It's different for everyone. And my only advice I can give you is that when your time comes, and I hope it's no day soon, to make sure that you leave with no regrets. Make peace with what happens, because one day we all have to make peace with it. It's natural, and it's what we do as living beings. Everything that lives will die, and anything that refuses is unnatural.
Alright.
Any other questions? Why are you asking? Do you think about dying?
Sometimes it seemed kind of overwhelmed or frozen in the thought of death.
Frozen by the thought of death, yet you travel with a group of adventurers. It's a rather strange mantle to take, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's perfectly normal to be afraid, but be not paralyzed by it. When the time comes, the time comes. My advice is to leave in comfort and know that you did all the things that you could do and that you're content. When it happens, it happens. It's nothing to be afraid of.
Alright.
Use your life wisely. Be not paralyzed by the fear of the end, but march towards it proudly. You'll live better that way.
Alright. Thank you, Rem.
It's not a problem. It's not the first time I've been asked this question.
I had a feeling it hadn't been.
I won't bore you with the details of it, though.
Did you ever miss your life before Papihos?
I miss my boys and girls every day. Had we not been so busy in Greywall, I would have written them a letter. Letter. Oh, dear. I would have written them a letter. Sending spells aren't good to tell them everything that I've been through. But I miss it. Unlike the rest of the group up to this point, my life before wasn't so bad.
You want a reminder to send that letter next time we're in Greywall?
I'll remind myself. It's been almost half a year since they've heard from me. They must be worried sick. But I did tell them I'd be gone for some time, so it's not like it's something they weren't prepared for. But yes, I do miss it.
I hope you're able to make it back to them someday.
One day I will go back. I have to tell them everything that I've seen and done, all the people I met, all the things that I did. That's the whole reason I left my home, was to go back and have a story to tell. It's a waste if I don't get to tell the stories.
That's fair.
Why did you leave home?
Um,
You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to.
it's hard to say I left home if I didn't exactly have one to begin with.
An orphan too, that, huh?
Probably not your first orphan.
I'm my first orphan.
Ah,
I don't have parents, you know? Not even a last name.
that's alright.
Eh,
I don't really have one either.
who needs it? Look at us. We're rather successful, with or without them.
Now, you did mention, I think, um, along with our group name, having our own specific titles. That might be fun.
That's for our own personal benefit. I like to be regarded as an individual. I spend a lot of time as a group, you know? I'm sure you understand. When you're young and an orphan, you're not seen as a person. You're part of that house or part of that house. You understand, right? I think groups can be amazing, but the individual should be rewarded as well. Some call that greed, though.
No, everyone processes their own troubles in their own way. I don't think wanting a title is unhealthy.
Yeah, everyone has a thought on it. Any other questions you have for me? Any other concerns?
Uh,
Would you
no
like to talk about
immediate
your own
concerns. I can talk about it if you'd like to know, I guess.
I don't know much about this country. I'm not from here originally. When we made our
I
way
guess
east the first time, it was the first time I saw that much sand.
you mean west?
East. I was told it's not west, it's east. I was yelled at about this. Twice.
Had to give you a hard time.
Oh, I have enough of them. So what was it
Just for
like?
just for clarification, JC, the temple is south of Dentor.
Yes, it is north of Sabline, south of Dentor.
Okay. That's what I thought.
It is viewed as kind of like a, almost like how a suburb is of a city, specifically for Sabline. People that came to visit the temple. Most of the traffic were people from Sabline that spent the day coming up there.
All right. I grew up kind of north of Sabline. That's probably where you came in. the Papihos on, I would assume.
Yes.
Kind of making the best I can out of it. Gathering, getting food and whatnot when I can, or when I could. Wasn't a whole lot good that happened there.
My journey didn't start until I left the orphanage myself. So, I completely understand where you're coming from. It's exciting, isn't it? Scary, but exciting finding your own way.
Parts of it have been exciting.
It's rather unfortunate that your first time adventuring, you end up with us. Though, in my opinion, this was my first time as well, so rather maybe it's unfortunate for me as well.
I've been enjoying all of your being around all of you.
Take it in
You're
stride.
definitely interesting people.
Yeah, that's the word. Interesting.
Well, you could say the same about me, I'm sure.
Yeah, young people often find themselves to be interesting because they're trying so many things at one time. I'm 3 times your age.
Not quite what I meant, but okay.
The
You're not
wild
wrong.
magic thing? It's par for the course now.
Not normal, but not odd among
Among folks
some of
like
the other
us,
things we've
especially
seen.
not odd.
Probably not the oddest thing considering how we had fought a vampire and the things you saw before I joined.
You guys seemed interested in why we felt so off put when we were within the home. Would you like to know why?
Sure.
Her skin was the same sickly green color as the floors.
Ugh. Really?
Be glad you didn't see it. If death paralyzes you, that city would have crippled you when we came across it.
Well, I'll be glad I didn't experience that then.
Be glad.
Well, who really knows what awaits us?
You'll find out when you get there. Do you follow a religion?
I don't. The monks I lived near weren't very welcoming.
Sad to hear it. If you're ever looking, though, I am a man of the clergy.
If I'm ever looking, you'll be the first one to know.
Alrighty.
The two of you begin to just kind of drift off into the firelight. For the hell of it, I'd like both of you to roll perception checks.
16?
16.
21!
21. As you guys kind of just standing off, staring, and see each of your allies in their own unique way of resting. Yumi is by far probably the most peaceful and most comfortable looking as she's resting out of the other three, with Gil bunched up with his flail and shield next to him within easy reach, if not already a little already, just kind of in his sleep, even still held on. Zex in his possibly in his hut himself, covering the cart and the fire in itself as you guys look throughout the sheens, and you can see a very, very clear night. The stars making lovely patterns across as you keep picking out each new wonderful celestial body above each of you. The night is beautiful. And after that day, you guys pick up and begin moving. After this day, as you guys go back on the road, this is the first that retranslates the familiar to some of you transference from plains to hardened, like, rock, and then eventually to sand. So, are those of you that know that this is, you guys are in the territory where you guys had seen the Lost City before, is there any specific way that you guys are keeping an eye out, looking for it? Rem, Zex, Suna, Gil, Nimi. Only 2 of you have sight information about it, but if there's any strategy that you have, or are you just leaving it up to chance?
When we're within range, we get that tugging sensation, right?
Off of what basis?
The thing that forces the wisdom check, or the perception, or whatever. Was it a save or a check?
It was a leave check. I'll double check myself. But I'm just seeing if there's any, because you know you're entering that land, if there's anything you guys wanted to do.
I can queue up locate object.
I'm going to cast Intellect Fortress on myself.
Alright, what does Intellect Fortress do?
For the duration, myself or one rolling creature I can see within range has resistance to psychic damage, as well as on advantage on intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws.
Ah.
I already have this.
Yeah, well, I took it, so...
No, I mean, I already have the advantage. The psychic thing, no, but the other things, I have them.
So...
Yeah, well,
was
now
not,
I have them.
It
for
was
the
not
next
a
hour.
wisdom check, nor a wisdom saving throw. It was a perception check. Specifically during a certain point. So, certain points, one time on day... it would be day 5, 6, 7, onward, we'll be seeing. So, if no other preparation is needed...
I'll do the locate objects that I had queued up. I'll queue it up for a day, so I'll drop something and pick it up.
Okay.
For locate object. What the fuck level is locate object? There it is. Second level. How long is this? Is it 10 minutes or?
I think it's 10 minutes. I'm not sure.
We're gonna find out together.
But besides Rem queuing up that spell, any more preparation? As Zex and Rem inform you that you guys are closing in on where the ancient city was. Any preparation Suna, Gilgamesh, or Nimi would like to make?
I guess I'll just try to look really hard for it.
Alright. Fair enough.
Wait a minute. I don't have the
listen,
things. Wait a minute. I have a different idea. I have a different idea. I have herbalism kits, right?
Mm-hmm.
I could make the balm I need from scavenging to do true seeing, couldn't I?
I can just do true seeing myself.
No, true seeing has a cost component.
I have the cost component.
Just use
Remember when I
true
said I
sight.
need to go get a... yeah, I guess. How long does that last?
8
for?
hours.
1 hour.
8.
1.
There's a big difference there.
Go ahead and look.
True seeing. Player's handbook. Lasts 1 hour.
There's an hour. All right. I'll. Can I make this balm like from scavenging? Mushroom
Not
powder, saffron, and fat.
at this
I
point.
have extra.
At this point, when you guys are in the loose sand parts, there aren't plants to scavenge in this part of the
I was scavenging plants as we went, though.
Mushrooms don't grow on plains. They grow in forests. You guys are in a plain specifically. The forests are north of Greywall, and then in the specifically over in the western and southwestern part of Papihos. But
It's fine. I have
Zex
extra
does have
ointment.
quite a bit of ointment. If both of you want to do that.
Only one of us has to do it. I'll do the perception checks. Give Gil the ointment so he can shut his fucking mouth about it not existing.
Yeah, sure. Get your dumbass out here, Gil.
I don't. Wow. Okay, now we're just throwing around names.
No.
Man, I didn't even do
Alright.
anything. I'm
Come on.
just here along for the journey.
All right.
I'll cast True Seeing on Gil.
Okay. Gil, as he takes this and then kind of almost flicks it, it scatters and then turns blue across your eyes, this sheen. You kind of blink it out. It's annoying, and then you open your eyes. Oh, you can see like this large, luminous, almost lantern-looking fish that is just kind of floating there. And then you can
Wait.
see like small little creatures all around the plane, blinking in and out of existence. You can see into the ethereal plane.
You can see
Oh.
everything.
You can see everything.
Does it still not exist now, Lizard Man?
Do I see the city?
So on this
On
first
top
day,
of
I would
my
like
everything else?
everyone to make perception checks. Is what it is. It's not wisdom checks or wisdom saving throws. It's perception.
I don't see anything.
27.
16.
27.
8.
Nice. Gil.
18.
Okay. So, Gil is 18, 27. Rem was what?
16.
16. And then Suna was 8.
Yep.
Ime.
Just to make sure I'm doing this right, I add my plus in the perception to my d20, correct?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
You got this.
23.
Shit.
I think Nime sees more than I do at this point.
Look, man, and JC told me my vision was shit at night because I'm a bunny rabbit, so...
It's not night anymore. This is the next day. Yeah. Well, with that group check passed, so anyone at 18 or above, you
Yes.
guys, yeah. So Zex, Nime, and I believe Gil.
Me.
Was it? Yeah.
Me.
So yeah,
Me.
Gil?
Rem
Yeah.
and Suna aren't seeing it.
Me, Mr. DM.
As the entire, like, the day's going by and eventually the fun of the true sight gets off and you're like, oh, come on. And you guys keep your eyes open, and Gil, you're not really caring. You're not really caring. And then you see something and you're like, there's a mirage there. And then Zex, you can see off in the distance and you're like, oh, here it is. Here it is. And then in the middle, Nime is very neutral about this, and you can see something off in the distance, kind of shimmering in the evening light. And Zex, you seeing this, it looks very familiar of the outcroppings of an old, quarter-buried city.
I'm going to start steering the cart towards it.
Rem
Supposed to be
and
going to
Suna,
Jaker
who
first.
are looking,
I know.
feel the
but we
cart
wanna check
shift.
on it.
And as you're going, Rem, it's a little weird because you've seen it before. But as you look towards where the cart was turned, you don't see anything.
I don't think I can make the check
Stupid.
again, can I?
No.
Yeah.
But as you're looking and like knowing this, and with 3 people, the city is there. As the lost city is being driven towards. And you check, quickly referencing your map, and it is miles off of where you had originally marked on your map. Like a
Where's
good,
it now?
Would you
day.
ping for me?
It is about 2 spaces off. So
You tell me it's moving?
where you
Yeah,
marked it on
moves.
your map
Just
is
keep
where it
looking at
is.
it.
Where you guys are right now is about right here.
Interesting. Yes, Gil, it moves. Don't take your eyes off of it. Make sure at least one person is looking at it at all times.
And what you see begin, the 3 of you, Nime, Gil, and Zex, as it grows closer and closer. A large, sand-swept city. You can see coarse dirt, probably actually taken and dumped here. Pathways leading and snaking throughout ancient stone and sandstone buildings. And then the centerpiece of this town, which in itself is probably about 30, 40 miles in diameter, a large step pyramid. Reaches probably 120 feet up. And it is an amazing sight and insane, Gil, that you can now see this.
With us this close, can I
everything
not
else.
see it still?
You're still miles away at this point,
Okay.
and you guys are still struggling. As no one's
15 miles away, to be exact.
not from there. It's more as in like 1 or 2 miles away. It's not where it is on the map.
Oh.
That was what I had said.
That's
Specifically
okay.
that, yeah.
It's like right
It's like
here-ish,
2 or
right?
3 miles away. Yeah, it's you guys are almost occupying the same square.
Mhm.
And so after this, no one's stopping the cart the horse is going through, even though Rem and Suna don't see anything.
Do the horses see it?
Let's find out. Nope. Mandabar,
Horses,
nope.
they're stupid too.
Suna's horse, nope.
Oh,
None of them. They're just going. They just think you guys are going through the territory. And all of a sudden, Zex, Gil, you can see your guys actually pulling up next to the buildings across the... pulling up to buildings so close that you are getting to within like thousands of feet from them. Closer.
I want to stop 100 feet outside of the city.
Well, before that, at some point during this, specifically about 500 feet away, suddenly, Rem, you're just like, okay, I understand why Gil was so like peeved about this, and you blink, and then it's there, and it's really close, and oh shit, it's right there. And the same thing with the Suna, as you even slightly unconsciously just tug on the ropes, and your horse kind of sidesteps for a second, and the horses all react, basically forcing a stop at about 500 feet.
Zex,
Yep.
cast Identify on the city.
We gotta get closer for me to cast Identify.
Okay.
Let's go out to the, I assume it's surrounded by a wall of some sort.
It is not.
So we're going up to the nearest building. Are there any dead kobold bodies?
Make a perception check.
I'd like to make one as well, if I can.
Sure.
Natural 1.
Oh, what fucking number is that?
One of them.
26!
26. No, but through the pulling and shifting sands, you can see large, seemingly scorpion-like forms moving around the pyramid in the middle.
I'm gonna point it out to them. Do I recognize those things
Make a
outside
nature.
of just scorpion shape?
Make a nature check.
Okay.
Do I still see the ethereal fish?
No, that's gone. That's been gone.
That's a nat
Oh.
20?
They look to just be like extremely giant scorpion creatures, probably about double the size of you.
Double the size
Okay,
of me is
that's-
just the size of Gil.
Yes.
I was gonna say that's Rem. That's
Still,
not
it's
that
impressive
big
to have a scorpion the size of Gil.
That's fucking terrifying, yes.
for Rem. Maybe.
We're not quite 30 feet within proximity, are we?
No. Not yet.
Are you gonna read the scorpion's thoughts?
I'm gonna see if they're intelligent enough to have thoughts.
It's thinking
Yeah.
of scorpion
But
asses and fishnets.
you guys move until you're about like 50 feet away, and you can see
Mm.
one, like not from the scorpion, but from the closest building, which is where you guys wanted to go. As you can see, these large, olden structures, parts of the roofs collapsed. As you're about like 30 feet away from that.
Do I recognize anything here from a religious context?
Make a religion check
Can I use guidance when I do it?
if you want to.
Would you like to be inspired?
If you're willing to accommodate, yes.
I am totally willing.
Oh shit, guys! Oh shit! Wait, what's the guidance?
Plus,
D10?
Guidance is a
10.
D4. Inspiration
No,
is a D10.
Inspiration. Y'all.
Oh no.
I got a 30.
nice.
Yeah.
We've
Yeah.
hit 30, boys.
We've done it before.
Yeah.
It's still good when one of you guys hit a 30. We're finally at that point
Mhm.
where those are possible. Wild.
Hey, not for all of us. I don't want to talk about it.
It's okay.
L plus find God plus touch religion.
So, what you're able to do is currently, right now, you aren't, like, immediately you don't see any religious symbols around the outskirts of town, but something does catch your eye. And it's specifically, even though this city looks absolutely ancient, by far the oldest thing that you've seen, it looks like the pathways have been painstakingly maintained to maintain whatever the shape that they were forming. And it looks pattern-esque. Looking further along, especially with your perception check, you can see there are other pathways that snake around the city, but they all connect to the central pyramid. You're not exactly sure what it is, but you do get a sense that there is something inherently religious about this place.
The entire place.
Seems to be.
Bruh, this is a fucking transmutation circle. We're about to get murked.
Ooh,
I saw a show about this once.
what's a show?
A show is what I did to Tyver's mom. That was quite the show.
Are we close enough that I had touched this building yet?
You can step up to it if you want to.
How
I'm
close
going
are we
to,
right now?
You're about
We're in
30
it.
feet away from any building. So.
Shoot.
I'm
Okay,
going
I
up
need
to
to be
it,
a
yeah.
little bit
I'm gonna
closer.
let him know that this shit looks weird.
I'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
If one of you can please let me know, or I guess I could see it. Jacob, can you please let me know when we're like kind of just outside of it?
You can,
Do we have a map?
You can move the cart up to being just outside of it, as I can pull up a map for you guys.
That's Pog.
Map.
Battle map.
What the
Map.
fuck is this?
Map.
Battle map. Oh, this.
Map.
Oh,
I've
this-
seen
oh,
this before.
Oh, this makes
Wait,
sense.
you
Uh,
have?
Oh, I hate this
The
too.
cart is your guys' location in the bottom left.
Okay.
You've seen this before?
Now that we're close, can
Right.
I please use an action to cast Detect Thought to read any thoughts of creatures within 30 feet of us?
Okay.
Sorry, ignore that, James.
What?
As you guys,
I can't ignore it now.
I'll explain later.
You guys immediately just destroy the battle. The feet are not these. This is a town map, not a battle map. So.
Oh.
Otherwise, you guys
I don't
would
know,
be
there's a
as
scorpion.
big as a
The fucked
quarter
up
of the
part
houses.
The fucked up part is he could move that much in one turn.
Yeah.
See, if I go here, theoretically.
Hold on half a second, because as
Want to see
you
me do it
watch
again?
you may kind of go up and just kind of rest her hand along the side of the building as you focus, and then you get pings, thoughts.
Oh.
1, 2, 5, 7, 8, 12, 20, and then you can hear cackling around as buildings around you begin piping up in a language. As you watch, and you can hear growls and snarls as doors begin of 2 specific houses opening. Kobolds and larger draconic lizards dripping with drool, slobber, pulling out spears, different things, looking at you, and they look hungry.
Guys, I don't feel very good about this place.
And that's where we're gonna end the episode for tonight. Said it as shittily as possible. And that's where we're ending the session for tonight.
You know, I got to roll 1 dice this session, and
I think
I
I
could
rolled
not be
like
happier
5.
about it.
And do you say you've never been happier?
I could not be happier
You
about
rolled
it.
2.
And he could not be happier about
I
it.
could not be happier about it. No, I rolled
Uh,
1 for the perception check, and
And you rolled
Oh,
the
and the
second
strength
one
check.
with
which I'm still upset that I lost. How
I
much
remember
bigger
the
was that
tragic
guy?
extent of your failings.
Like,
He's
compared to
about
me.
the same size as you, Gil.
Oh,
He just
that's embarrassing.
yeah, he's just strong man, I guess.
So am I. That's like my
Yeah, well,
whole
the thing is,
shtick.
he got a natural 20, and it was still like you could still beat him kind of thing. So
I got a nat.
I know, sorry, still no combat, still another roleplay episode, and there will be combat next week.
Oh yes.
Kobolds,
Yeah.
man.
Unless we run away.
Are you gonna run away from kobolds?
Was one of them a
Fuck no.
goblin onesie?
Okay, it does bring.
No,
Well,
I want to
like-
combat.
personally, it brings up the moral dilemma of I'm killing my own people, but for Gil, he doesn't care. He's gonna do it.
Remember when you bisected homie in the hotel room and left him there?
Yeah, absolutely liquefied a kobold until.
I don't want to hear shit about I have
Oh,
trouble
man.
killing my own kind.
Oh.
Homie was like, I do it for my people. He was a warrior like you. You were on the same thought. You're like, anyone else you would have had pride in him. This guy, you're like, nope. Like the fucking goddamn Walmart deli counter.
Well,
Sliced and packaged his dumbass.
Oh fuck.
to-
The Walmart
Oh, God.
specifically.
to specifically bring it all in to thank Jazz for joining us for Papihos right now. Nime has come in, are hopefully filling a role that these guys might need. And already with Detect Thoughts twice being very interesting. As I was like, yeah, that's a good way for the kobolds that are hiding in those buildings to be discovered.
That's
These things are-
terrifying.
These things are gonna
Um,
eat shit on the wisdom saving throw next week.
Well, you know what's going to happen is I'm going to step down, get in the middle of them, and then destructive wave.
I also have spirit guardians, and these things probably can't hit me.
Oh, this is going to
Did
be so
someone say
good.
Eldritch Blast?
You guys are starved for combat, aren't you? Jesus.
I am.
Yeah.
I so
I'm really-
desperately wanted to say, just let one wolf get near me. Let me insta kill
I'm-
one wolf.
I could put off combat for a few more sessions. I'm really enjoying the roleplay.
You guys are
I love the
awesome.
roleplay.
Oh my
I love-
god, Suna.
Crafting is so good.
Nime's journal. Nime has come up with 2 ship names for Suna and Roxy, and they are Roxuna and Suoxy. and Helminia and I thought Suoxy was the accurate one.
I like Suoxy because you can say it like Swaxy and it sounds a bit like sexy.
Oh God.
Well, now you know her name.
I also don't want you to date this girl. My precious Suna cannot date this fucking delinquent. Like, she's out here just like, she could have anything in the world and she choose to steal it and place this coy like royal stuff. No, take your panties off.
That's why I didn't steal anything.
I'm glad that you didn't. Do you think Rem would yell at you if you did?
100%.
Look, Rem yelled at me when I did.
Yeah.
I can't stop
Rem-
thinking about just. I bet I'm your favorite. That's all that's on my mind right now.
Who said
Rem
that?
would
Roxy's the
definitely
name
yell
of an
at me.
animatronic in the new Five Nights at Freddy's
Yeah.
game. And she's like really
I
like
don't-
narcissistic, but she has crippling anxiety. Like she cries when you're not paying attention.
I don't
Yeah.
play Five
That's-
Nights, so I had
that's-
no idea.
That's why I made the quote. I bet I'm your favorite, Princess Roxy.
My favorite is
Rem-
funny running into
Rem
you.
would definitely yell at me if she
Oh, for
if
sure.
Rem found out.
Rem
If
would
Rem
fucking
found out,
ream
Rem would
you
yell
for
at me.
this.
Rem is already going to question me if he finds the watch. He's gonna be like, "Where did
Where'd
you
you get
get that?" Yeah, it's already
Well-
going to be slightly weird.
And you can't even say like,
Look,
"Oh,
just tell him
I've
you
just
got it
never
from a
had
dream.
it."
He'll believe you.
That's not how.
I
That's not
got
how
it.
dreams work.
I got it from a pretty girl.
I woke up and it was in my pocket.
That's
How did it get
technically
there?
not a lie, and
I don't
Insight
know.
would not tell me anything. Technically, did not tell a lie. You
Did
did
not
get it
tell
from
a
a pretty
lie.
girl.
Did not tell I
Oh, yeah.
did get from girl. Woman did
Pretty
supply.
girl.
Woman did supply.
Fancy
Alright.
meeting you here, princess, in this magical Denny's.
Roll me a D100 AC.
Suzanne, did you like the
61.
picture I sent?
61.
Uh,
Bear's got a 100 on her
ooh.
teleportation dice.
Let me
That's
go
awesome.
back.
I just rolled
Yeah.
another 100 by throwing it back in my dice box.
Uh,
Ah!
The lesbian grip image.
Yes, Suna trying to figure out her feelings about this girl, like,
It's pretty good. I'm really into it.
I almost felt bad about like rushing, like going like, and this is gonna be like basically what you guys do for the next half hour to 45 minutes.
I didn't realize it would
Is
take.
the best thing because you
40.
kept doing perception checks, and I was just like, yeah, she beats you. She beats you. She beats you.
Yeah.
And that last one, rolled a 2. Fuck. Rolled
There
a
was.
2.
I didn't realize, that it took that whole interaction took like
Half an hour.
45 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
she was like pulling you all over the Greywall marketplace, which is
being
miles.
gay takes time.
It was like it's miles of marketplace,
Good point.
of stalls and different like fountains and courtyards and like there's a lot.
There's a
Yeah.
very important question that I have.
Oh no.
When Gil had Shoe Sight, what did he see when he looked at me?
That's true.
What did he see? When he looked at all of us, what did he see?
Something for Gil to know.
Yeah, you should DM me that actually, because I'm like incredibly interested now, because I did not think about that.
I didn't think about that. I should have.
You brew something up and you let me know.
Yeah. I know what he saw.
I have
it just takes a
I-
second to type, so we'll
Did
hold
I
on.
Bill
have
share
a
seeing all the
suggestion.
weird fish?
Did he?
Gil did not tell anyone anything he saw.
He just had like a little bit of a forced chuckle.
Did he like it though?
It was good for him.
I'm so glad.
So glad.
I'm glad it was good for you.
It was good for me.
I have. Okay, let me get.
Okay,
I
so
want to
I
be
know
honest.
since this is the end and it's okay for me to be a little disruptive, I got put on shades
We're all
redeemed, and so I want to show this off. Check this shit out. So, it's a helmet, right?
That technically does count as shades.
Hey. Hey.
Oh wow! Look at how cute my boy is.
Magnetic shades for my helmet.
This is
You know
our
what?
DM, everyone.
This is the ending.
All right.
That's our DM, everyone.
We'll be back with a lot of kobolds and draconic beasts, including Gilgamesh, next week. So thank you everybody so much for watching. Thank you so much, Helminia, James, Suzanne, Alpha, and Jasmine for joining me on this adventure. You guys, whether you expected to or not, you're getting into a little bit of a tiff with the Lost City.
I'm fine with it.
And
More fun this way.
it'll be a good
Finally.
time. Get to test out your. Yeah, you finally got back to the Lost City. It's been like 20 sessions.
A
Wild.
long time.
Oh.
Might be even more. I don't know.
20 sessions and a whole character ago? Wow, guys.
Oh,
Wow.
for
Oh.
one legendary vampire later.
One legendary like Lord Vampire. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. But thank you everybody so much for watching. My name is Jacob, and I'm the Dungeon Master for Papihos, and this has been our session 51. Thank you so much for watching and spending time with us this evening. Have a wonderful night. Make sure you're following if you're not. Take care.
I'm not.
How dare you? Take care, guys. Have a good night.